Good evening. Welcome to the September 12th, 2024 Northampton School Committee meeting. I'm Jean-Louise Shara, the Chair of the School Committee. I'll be presiding this evening. This meeting is being held both remotely on Zoom pursuant to the modification of the state's open meeting law for the pandemic and in person here at the JFK Community Room at JFK Middle School. This meeting and all participating on Zoom will be audio and video recorded. And I'll begin by asking Cassie to please call the roll of the school committee.
Recording in progress.
Okay. Mayor Shara,
Present.
Member Gacy,
Present.
Member Foster Cannon,
Present.
Member Seraphy Cox, Member Stein, Member Hennessy,
Present.
Member Miller,
Present.
Member LaBounty,
Present.
Member Agna, Member Davis.
Present.
You have a quorum.
Okay. And first on the agenda is school committee norms. And Member Gazy, I don't know if you have.
I handed these out to everybody, and it's been a while, so I wanted to ask you what you wanted to focus on this evening. It is always a big thing. We are using brevity to use our meeting time well.
Anyone else have anything they want to talk about with the norms? No?
I agree, move on.
Okay. Model brevity and move on. Okay, so that brings us to public comment. And we're taking public comment in person and over Zoom. There's a sign-up sheet in the community room. And then those on Zoom, if you'd like to make a comment, please use the raise hand feature, and we'll alternate between the two. You can always submit.
Recording in progress.
Ooh, okay. Getting frisky. You can always submit a written public comment, which is equally part of the public record, at northampton-school-committee@northampton-k-12.us, and it'll be sent to all school committee members. Before you begin your comment, please state your name and your city or town for the public record. School committee does not respond during public comment, as it's the public's time to speak, so while your comment should be directed to the school committee, you'll understand when we don't respond. There's a limit of 3 minutes per person unless language interpretation or accommodations for a communication disability has been requested, in which case the time limit is 6 minutes. And a timer will be set to ensure everyone has an equal opportunity to speak. According to the rules of procedure, the school committee receives public comment for a maximum of 90 minutes. Let's see. Member Foster Cannon, would you be able to help with the timer? Is that okay?
Yes.
Okay, great. And so we'll be starting at 6:42. And the first name on here is Sharon Deal.
Hi, folks. My name is Sharon Deal. I live in Ward 5, and I've lived in Northampton and Florence for 29 years. I'm a special education teacher, and I'm in my 27th year. After looking over the Northampton strategic plan, I've come up with a couple questions and concerns. One of my questions is, I saw the participant list, and I wanted to make sure caregivers of students with disabilities or caregivers with students that are neurodivergent were on the committee. I also wanted to make sure that on this committee there were caregivers with students that are English language learners, low income, Hispanic, and Latino. That's my first question. I don't expect you to answer it right now. I understand the policy. My concern is objective 4, expectation 1. By June 2026, all schools will have met DESE MCAS student growth percentile target for English language learners, students with disability, low-income students, and students identified as Hispanic or Latino. This idea of looking at data, MCAS data, and SGP scores is not new. Let me tell you, it's not new. I worked on the data team for many years at JFK. We dove deep into the MCAS scores. We analyzed SGP yeah, SGP, and analyzed the questions. We looked at data overall by grade, by aggregate groupings, by special ed students. We found trends. We reported the trends to the school community, and I worked under the direction of Principal Leslie Wilson for years in this committee, and I was unpaid during that time. I would personally dig deeper into everything with my own special ed students, and
We
Yes.
just got a message that there's no sound on Zoom. Okay.
that's okay. How many minutes was that?
That was 2. Would you
Holy
like us to-
cow.
Yeah, we can restart and then What's you can. going on?
I gotta make it shorter.
Now you're practiced. Sorry, Sharon.
That's all right, no worries. The sign up is up there.
I want people to hear you.
Which one is it?
Did I go back, Paula?
And also, the closed captions aren't showing up, apparently.
Oh, this one.
That's
weird.
I don't see,
No, I think Cassie.
it says that they're enabled.
Oh, okay.
They did twice.
Said it was
You
being
heard it.
Yeah, it's being recorded.
Close show captions. You should turn it off and then turn it on. Live
It
captions.
won't let me,
So now it says it's
Cassie,
You're gonna have to do it.
yeah, it won't let me unmute it.
Huh.
Okay, sorry, there was a. What should I do, you guys? Unmute Mayor Shara?
Or JFK. You want to unmute JFK? It's a different ballgame. JFK is numb.
Okay.
Okay. Testing, testing.
Oh, there you go.
JFK Middle School is not muted.
Right, that's what I
we
just
want.
unmuted.
Okay.
Now they have sound. Perfect.
Yes, they can hear? Okay, great. Please carry on. Apologies.
Can we can, I'm just going to start the timer over.
Sure.
So, yeah, because if her comment was heard.
Hi, my name is Sharon Deal. I live in Ward 4. I lived in Northampton and Florence for 29 years. I'm in my 27th year as a special education teacher. I'm here to talk today about the Northampton strategic plan. My first question is, were there participants? I saw the participant list, and I want to make sure that caregivers of students with disabilities and caregivers that have students who are neurodivergent are on that committee. I also want to make sure that there are caregivers of English language learners, low-income, Hispanic, and Latino caregivers that are on that participant groupings. My concern is, within the plan, is objective 4, expectation number 1. I'm not going to read it right now, but basically, we've been looking at MCAS data for years, and particularly SGP for years. I was on the data committee for Northampton for years at JFK, working with Leslie Wilson. We looked at special ed students. We looked at the aggregate groups. What I would tell you is we did it all, and then we reported back to the teachers. We tried to make adjustments in our practice. We shared resources. We discussed everything. Scores, I don't think, really went up. I also want to tell you that when I give MCAS, my students are stress, avoidance, doubt, frustration, tears, sadness, anger, and sometimes humiliation. MCAS is a one-size-fits-all. It doesn't take into accommodation modifications. It takes into accommodation accommodations. When I worked at the high school as an MCAS coordinator, the students who had to take the MCAS for 2 to 3 times were always special ed and EL students. That was who took the MCAS 2 to 3 times. They would avoid me to get into the room to take the test. They were stressed. They were crying in their cars. They were in the bathroom hiding. Some started the test and stopped in the middle of it. Some gave it their best and got frustrated after a period of time. Some spent the entire day doing the test and basically cried at the end, and then had to come back the next day and do it again. I'm really surprised we're looking at the MCAS, and I'm really surprised we're looking at SGP. I think we need to understand what SGP is. It does not measure my growth from year to year. It measures my growth according to a group. It doesn't measure my growth. So it doesn't really give the greatest data. My bottom line is, let's turn the page on MCAS.
Thank you. Okay, next is Nan S. on Zoom.
Nancy Smith, Chapel Street. I got my first look at the NGS strategic plan yesterday, and it made me think of a new podcast series, The Master Plan, which looks at how our government became the completely owned corporate disaster it is today from its origins in the 1970s Nixon administration. Made me wonder how Northampton became owned by what I call the real estate development and construction cartel. Was it the redevelopment of the old state hospital property into Village Hill? People got rich, power, influence. Who was the mayor when it started? Are they coming back into the picture to cover up the mind-numbing negligence of the $3.1 million church? But wait, what we are here to talk about is the cruel, ongoing underfunding and destruction of our public schools. Make no mistakes, though, they are being sacrificed like many other city services to the cartel. Looking at the strategic plan summary chart on the strategies and initiatives, we see achieve net zero carbon emissions at NPS facilities. There are no financial limitations listed on this item. Is it because it involves construction? Well, we do need to fix things that are broken. Achieving net zero carbon emissions is a top priority. So beyond because when JFK is a mess, we are not meeting IEPs. We are dangerous, understaffed, underfunded, as we knew would be. Please don't even waste time think about zero until we handle the emergency of fully funding our schools now and level service funding them thereafter. And fully fund, I mean by a budget, no more. Look, there's surprise money. Let's get serious. We know what's going on. Speaking of budget, item number 2, by December 2024, the NPS annual budget will be fund identified priorities in alignment. Here it comes, the city's fiscal stability plan. Huge limitation. Okay, so actually educating our students is to fit within the city's fiscal stability plan, meaning no goals will be done these goals have to be done without money. But zero carbon, that's got no limits at all. Give me a break. Other issues in there: maintain competitive salaries, achieve, maintain target class sizes, all by magic, because we're not going to get any money. I am all for city council and school committee collaboration, but it should include all councilors and members at joint city council sessions, limiting participation, showing certain members in hiding meetings and low attendance subcommittee sessions benefits no one. And I sent an NNT email out on this as well. Tonight should be about pushing to get funds for the school for immediate use now to stop the hemorrhaging. I have heard 300K figure thrown around. We know the money is there, reimbursement money. Cut the check, sign it at the next school, at the city council meeting, waive hearings, whatever you need to do. Once that emergency is handled, work on a plan that fully funds our schools and level services thereafter. There was talk at a recent committee meeting of traditional deference to the mayor. If the mayor says no, you traditionally give up and not fight. Times have changed, and we need you to please fight for the children of the city. It is very clear when looking at the strategic plan, nothing will change unless we all fight like hell for it. A huge thank you to members Stein and Serpy Cox for your unrelenting fight for our kids. You truly are heroes. Should others choose to join them, there is an army of supporters who have your back, and we won't be quitting on the children of this city. Thanks.
Thank you. Is that the,
I did not set that, but yes, that was the timer.
okay.
That's what I can do.
Nora Delacour.
Hi, East Hampton. I'm here, I write about education issues, and I used to teach in Massachusetts, so I just wanted to share a little bit of background on the problem that the Yes on 2 campaign is seeking to address. So as of 2014, about half of all US states had policies on the books, like Massachusetts does now, that made high school graduation contingent on standardized test scores. That was part of the dominant thinking at the time about accountability. However, as the research piled up, showing us that, in fact, punishing young people for their standardized test scores is not helping them to thrive and is actually causing really serious harm, state after state after state got rid of those policies, so that now Massachusetts is one of only 8 states where it is possible to go to school every day, meet all of your requirements, pass all your classes, and yet be denied your diploma based on a single test score. So I just wanted to tell you guys a little story about this. I used to teach at an alternative public high school in Springfield for young people with exceptional needs. So we served a student body dealing with a ton of adversity, many challenges that made it hard for them to focus on school. And yet, I had this one young man in my senior English class who just, I don't know how he did it, but he managed to focus and just thoughtfully engage with each and every assignment. He was this absolute shining star, and he was a straight A student, so he had far and away the best grades in the school. So we learned in the spring of 2018 that this young man was going to be our valedictorian, and you know, the entire staff was overjoyed for him. You just couldn't imagine a young person more deserving of this honor. And he was like beaming, couldn't wait to tell his mom. Okay, so then like a couple days later, we got word from the district that, oh, actually no, this young man can't be our valedictorian because he was one of the students whose disability just made it impossible for him to pass the 10th grade MCAS. You know, he had demonstrated his learning in many other ways, but that test just wasn't gonna work for him. So then my school was forced to strip him of this honor that he had worked so hard for and give it away to someone else, which was, of course, devastating for my student. And also, because it was such a small student body, everybody saw exactly what happened. And I think that it sent a really clear message to all of the other students, just give up, because you could work incredibly hard your entire high school career and still have all of your accomplishments undermined by one assessment. So there's like 700 or so students every year in Massachusetts, like my student, who pass all their courses, meet all the requirements, and yet are locked out of the ability to graduate and pursue higher education exclusively because of MCAS scores. And you know, those students come overwhelmingly, as you would imagine, from our most marginalized categories, which means that this policy has a racist and ableist impact. Is that time?
I'm really sorry about that.
It seems to change every time.
Okay, all right, thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Nothing better.
Is it on like a variety pack of sounds?
I was trying to get better.
Next is Andrea Bertini on Zoom.
Having read through the strategic plan, it prioritizes staying within the confines of the conservative fiscal stability plan. With that as a main objective, the district will suffer more staff cuts in the next budget cycle. Our kids, especially those in IEPs and those behind in reading and math, have been left behind by the district, and this strategic plan does nothing to address that. There is currently no reading curriculum at the middle school, and they will not address that until a curriculum director is hired. The curriculum committee plans to talk about this issue again in October, but this is another lost month for the kids who desperately need intervention. As we heard so eloquently the other night, there's a massive difference between actually having a plan and just having the concepts of a plan. How will this strategic plan address the lack of staff, paras, teachers, huge classroom numbers, and lack of interventionists while adhering to the fiscal stability plan set forth by the mayor? JFK is understaffed and unsafe. They are down at least one reading special ed teacher, have no math interventionists, as well as several paras positions. They just were able to hire a science teacher, and they are down an administrator. In addition, JFK had to abandon the new waterfall schedule because they didn't have the staff or the resources to implement it. All of this has led to IEPs not being met, large class sizes, long-term subs in classrooms, not enough reading and math intervention, not enough para support. We have teachers and paras who are already exhausted, and it's not even October. We told the mayor this would happen. NACE told the mayor this would happen. The superintendent and the mayor, the school committee, and city council are standing by and doing nothing about it. For those kids and families not getting help, not feeling heard, whose kids are behind, your child is being denied FAPE. For the families who have been denied an IEP and whose kids are still struggling, and for those kids on IEPs who are not having their IEPs met, I encourage you all to contact DESE. We have to stand up for our kids. We have to fight for their rights to a quality, free, and appropriate public education, because our mayor and superintendent will not do that, and our kids deserve it. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Ronnie Gold in the room.
Hi. My name is Ronnie Gold, and I'm the parent of 2 kids at JFK. I'm here to ask you as a school committee and community to take clear and sustained action to protect the subgroup of our students in our schools that, due to explicit, continuing, and growing hate crimes, that this subgroup of students feel threatened, unsafe, and unwelcome in our schools. I'm speaking about Jewish students. First, let me clarify that this call is not being made to address the discourse in our community about the war in Israel and Gaza, but instead to address the growing presence of hate crimes, such as swastikas in our schools and jokes about Jews burning during fire drills. Please know that these incidents have been reported to school administration, and I know parents and students do appreciate the care and effort being taken to address these incidents. In thinking about this, I'd like to remind you of a time a few years ago when our community dealt with the presence of the Confederate flag in our schools. Then Principal Caldwell proactively and amazingly dealt with this immensely challenging situation by posting videos and speaking publicly multiple times. This was an incredibly emotional and scary time for many in our community. At the meeting where school committee was going to vote on a ban of the Confederate flag, there was a major shift that happened. I was on school committee at the time, and I was aware of this and heard from constituents. Instead of Principal Caldwell speaking, who is black, about this issue, it was the rest of our district leadership, who were all white at the time, who came forward to make statements. Multiple folks who attended shared how different the energy became when it wasn't Principal Caldwell standing up to this threat to black students, but instead when it was we, as a predominantly white community, who owned and addressed this problem. Please, just like in this case with the Confederate flag, it shouldn't be Jewish students and families to speak up for their Jewish students, feeling threatened and scared to come to school because of fears of comments and swastikas being on the wall. As a school committee and a school community, please be the upstanders that our Jewish students need you to be.
Thank you. Next is Sarah Carlton on Zoom.
Hi, my name is Sarah Carlton. I'm a 2nd grade teacher at Jackson Street School. This year, my colleague and I each have 26 students in our classes after this current grade level was reduced from 3 to 2 sections for budget reasons. If these children were still in 3 sections, they would be in classes of 17, 17, and 18. If they were in 3 sections, they would have space to sit down on the rug for lessons instead of needing to pull up a chair in the back or stand off to the side just to fit and see. They would be able to cross the room to find help or materials without bumping into each other or furniture. They would get access to their teachers without needing to wait for extended periods of time. They would get to participate in targeted reading groups regularly, and they wouldn't be one of 23 children left to fend for themselves while their teacher was busy with a different group. I am going to work extremely hard this year to make sure that none of my students feel the impacts of the decision that was made for us. They deserve the same quality of education and experience that all of my former students have received. I'm already working really hard to make sure that they get that. But it comes at a cost, figuratively and literally. You see, more students does equal more work for teachers. On average this year, in the first 10 days, I have already worked a minimum of 2 unpaid hours every day in order to give my students the experience they deserve. At my contracted hourly rate, that's at least $70 a day. Over the course of 180 school days, that cost adds up to at least $12,600 of unpaid work this year. You can actually double that cost because it also applies to the other 2nd grade teacher at my school who also has 26 students. You can actually quadruple that cost because it should also apply to my colleagues over at Bridge Street who have 25 students each. So while the district may think it saved money by not having 3 sections of 2nd grade in our buildings, it actually just transferred that cost of at least $50,400 of unpaid labor onto us teachers, and at the detriment of our students. I'm asking you please to fix this and to please add another section of 2nd grade at Jackson Street and Bridge. Thank you.
Thank you. Cassie, Member Seraphy Cox has joined the meeting.
Oh, thank you very much.
You're welcome. Next is Deborah Thompson here in the room.
I'm not going to be able to see you if I run out of time, so you can go like this. If I'm getting down to the end, that would be helpful. I'm honestly sad and angry to be here again tonight. I've tried reaching out to some of you directly and have been at several citywide meetings and Q&As for many months now. And no matter what I do to share my students' senior year experience, it seems it absolutely does not matter to most of you. While I was trying to maintain their privacy, I have their permission to publicly share their experience to try to get anyone to listen, care, or to try to make a difference. Due to chronic understaffing and budget cuts, there are simply not enough classes offered at the high school to remain competitive. For my senior, 3 essential classes were only offered period 1, second semester at NHS, despite their guidance counselor doing everything possible to try to change this. Sacrifices had to be made, which will hurt their chances at some of the more competitive universities and programs they're trying to attend. It resulted in some assigned classes that were not even their second choices, as when the time came when we finally knew what preventable staffing cuts were certainly affecting the offerings, even their second choices were full and not available. For the last few years of their high school career, they took classes and did internships, fixing the district's aging Chromebooks to fulfill requirements to be an IT Pathways student. Just a couple of days before school started, they realized they could not take their final culminating Pathways capstone class to fulfill the final requirement, as that class was only offered concurrently when other essential classes were. So much for the last couple of years of the program. These cuts are hurting students and the staff who are stretched too thin. IEPs are not meeting obligations, and students with IEPs at NHS are already being forced to choose between academic classes and access to extracurriculars that they want and need, or to be pulled out of an academic period each semester to get their legally obligated support services and accommodations. This is wrong, illegal, and a violation of LRE. The one-on-one paras that students need are understaffed, and Tier 2 interventionists do not exist to the extent that we claim we are using them. While bumps in the road for the first few weeks of school are anticipated, this was totally predictable, preventable, and caused undue harm and trauma on students and the staff that are stretched way too thin. When the last meeting happened to finalize NPS cuts, we learned the next day or the day after that $2 million in unexpected revenue had been found. Rather than taking a bit of it or investing it in these positions, the city chose to put it in the bank. This was especially distressing to me, and it makes me not trust the city, as it was obvious we knew of these funds when finalizing these cuts and it was not revealed. Please do something. When the last meeting, I'm rereading, sorry. Why do we come to these meetings and value strategic planning goals and sit here while the kids are hurting now? It is too late to restore some funding, or it is not too late to restore some funding for essential missing positions and strive to be an attractive school district where parents want to send their kids. I'm out of time. Okay. Please do something. You guys, it's not too late.
Thank you. Next is the person that says parent on Zoom. Please state your name and city or town.
Hi, my name is Shahana Morris. I live in Northampton, Massachusetts, and I'm a senior at Northampton High School. As a Jewish student, the past couple of years have been really difficult for me, even prior to October 7th, but I think specifically after October 7th. As many of you are probably aware, a couple of days ago at the professional development on Tuesday, there was a speaker who came all the way from Southern California to talk to the teachers about anti-Semitism. As a Jewish student, I was thrilled to hear this. I feel like teachers at our school just have no idea what to do when it comes to addressing anti-Semitism. And then I found out that this training for the teachers would be optional. And later on Tuesday, after the training, I found out that only about a third of the Northampton community teachers and staff had actually attended this meeting. As a student, that made me feel really sad and disappointed in our school community and in the people who had decided to make that training optional. I heard later on Tuesday from some staff members at NHS that they had felt unsafe as to come to the training because of concerns about protests. Again, this made me feel really disappointed because if people don't want to come, they don't want to come. But if people feel unsafe to come, I think that's a much larger problem. As a student, I would really love to see the teachers be required to be educated about anti-Semitism, irregardless of your political stance. And, you know, in the current state of the world, anti-Semitism is a problem, and it doesn't have to be related to current day politics. Just because there's been a spike in anti-Semitism since October 7th doesn't mean that anti-Semitism didn't exist before October 7th, and it doesn't mean that somehow it should be disregarded now because of the current political state. Thank you.
Thank you. Next in the room is Miriam Kabakov.
Hi all, I'm Miriam Kabakov and I live in Northampton and I have a 10th grader at NHS. Dear school committee members, we wish to submit to the record that our parent-driven petition in favor of the September 3rd anti-Semitism training for Northampton Public Schools received 2,044 signatures of support. Both before and after the training, there were multiple attempts on social media and various listservs to spread misinformation, to mischaracterize the training, and to distract people from the main aim of this initiative, to make our schools inclusive spaces for our children and adolescents. Specifically, the aim of this training was to educate those who might be unintentionally amplifying anti-Semitic tropes. We wish to counteract that misinformation, to move the focus of the conversation back to our children, and to remind you that this initiative was widely supported in the community. Now I will read the petition. We, members of the community, parents of Jewish students and allies, are in support of the anti-Semitism training at Northampton Public School for professional development scheduled by Superintendent Dr. Bonner. We are hurt and surprised by those in the community who have advocated for canceling this much anticipated training. Students in the school, especially Jewish high school students, feel unsafe and have experienced anti-Semitism over the past many months. Parents and caregivers spent a great deal of energy over the last year trying to process the fears and feelings of exclusion of our Jewish children in the Northampton schools. To address these times, organizations that had expertise and experience on teaching about anti-Semitism were thoroughly researched so as to avoid politicization. Suggestions were provided to Dr. Bonner, who reviewed and decided upon the best group. There is no interest in engaging in political debates about Israel or Palestine. The goal, quite simply, is for our children to feel safer at school than they currently do. We strongly believe that Project Shema is the best organization for the job. Project Shema's stated goals: we reject the notion that one must either support Israel or Palestine. We long for a future that honors and protects the dignity, national aspirations, and individual and collective well-being of Palestinians and Israelis. The very foundation of a mutually agreeable solution requires honoring the trauma, needs, and rights of both peoples. We see the calls to cancel the training as an irresponsible attempt to politicize our children's pain and to belittle our concern as their parents and allies. It's also noteworthy that the call to cancel the training does not provide any evidence for the claims that Project Shema has a so-called sinister agenda or evidence for any other misrepresentations. No organization will provide a training with which every single person agrees on every point. Mutual respect and empathy should not require uniformity of thought as a precondition. Project Shema, based on their mission and approach clearly detailed on their website, is an appropriate and highly qualified organization. NPS providing this training in no way precludes or prevents needed trainings regarding bias towards Palestinians or Islamophobia. And we just want to thank Dr. Bonner and most educators in the district who have engaged with our concerns in an open and professional manner. The dedication to inclusion and tolerance in schools means so much to us. And I cut short the petition because I thought I was out of time.
Yes.
I was. Okay, good. But I'm happy to provide this to anyone who would like to see it. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Okay. Next is Lisa on Zoom.
Thank you. Smodinos from Florence. As a result of the defunding of public education in Northampton, our new school year has started off disastrous. IEP violations abound. Teachers and staff are already burned out. We're just at week 3. My son has gotten dysregulated and been unsafe every day of the school year so far. I want to thank the principal of the middle school for pausing the waterfall schedule. Thank you for caring about our teachers, our staff, and our children. If we had level services funding, perhaps it would have worked. But under the current mayor and superintendent and some of the school committee who supported defunding public education in Northampton, it was more important to protect the conservative fiscal stability plan and the city's bond rating rather than supporting staff, teachers, and students and investing in public education. We all know that if you cut the budget of an already struggling school system, there will be consequences. And we all know that those consequences always fall most heavily upon the backs of our most vulnerable children. My son and other vulnerable children like him are not fodder for your political careers, and they are not collateral damage. You chose to defund our public education here in Northampton, and the effects have harmed my son and students like him. Other effects are the lowering of district morale and creating a toxic work environment for so many educators and staff who dedicate their lives to tending to our children. And our reputation as a district now precedes us, as people don't want to work here and aren't applying. Well done. You've prioritized fiscality over public education, over students, over children. This will be part of your legacy as mayor, and some school committee members who supported the defunding of public education, part of your legacies as well. Know that I'm one of many caretakers who is reaching out to the state to file formal complaints about IEP violations. What cannot be addressed in these complaints is the lasting effects of these violations on my child, on his soul, his self-worth, and his future, and other students like him. All of which could have been avoided if you defended, not defunded, public education. Thank you.
Thank you. And next is Meg Robbins.
Hi, thank you, and I'll be brief. I see that the strategic plan is on the agenda tonight, and confusingly, it's being presented as a first read, and there seems to also be a vote on it. I'm really excited that a strategic plan was finally part of what the school committee addressed, and I am confused about the process and transparency in it. I've asked a couple of the principals involved in it for minutes or records of what happened during those meetings so that they could be made available to the public, and apparently there aren't any. There's just the final product that came through. I was told that there have been spirited discussions during it. The public would like to know what that process was and who was involved, that the numbers that were originally involved weren't the same people at the end, what was the ratio of city employees versus community representatives. I'm not really sure there were very many. And I would ask the school committee tonight if you could please postpone your vote, take that plan, bring it back to the community, have some reflection, be open to where it could be better addressed, expanded, focused. I'm missing personally the addressing of teaching and learning, and a great deal of it. And as another speaker said, concerned about a mayoral emphasis on instituting a fiscal plan that should not be an emphasis for the school committee, where our sole focus is on providing excellence in education. Many districts start this process with the community. They start the process with a program called Portrait of a Graduate, where we all get together and we say, what is it we want our kids to know and be able to do? And I'm really sad that that didn't happen in this process. But maybe taking a pause, coming back and addressing it over the next few months might be a very good investment of inclusion rather than exclusion, and creating a plan that could be successful in moving us forward. I'm going to additionally take my last couple of seconds to say I'm so glad that you have an opportunity to vote to support to axe the MCAS as a graduation requirement. Many of us in this city have opposed that for decades since it was established. So go for it, and I hope we get a unanimous vote. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. And next is Maritha Wallace.
Hello, good evening, everyone. I just wanted to take a quick minute to acknowledge the student who spoke a little bit earlier. and how she feels about anti-Semitism. Thank you so much for allowing us to hear your words. I truly appreciate it. The second thing that I wanted to speak about was having cops, police officers in our school building without perspective and without forewarning. As a Black woman, that to me is terrifying. So first, I didn't know why they were there. Second of all, not only did I not know where they were here, unlike the high school, the middle school and elementary schools were not giving any warning about their presence. So as you know, Black people have a very interesting and complicated relationship with the police. I have a complicated relationship with the police in Northampton. Not for anything that I've ever done, but just because I have been on the receiving end of putting myself between cops and students at JFK. So imagine my surprise as I'm coming to learn about the history of anti-Semitism, only to find out that my safety is in jeopardy because cops were there and nobody thought well enough about your staff and your students of color, who I think there might have been a couple, to walk into the high school and have cops there. I'm a Black woman, and it's very uncomfortable to have that happen. That was the first thing that I wanted to bring up. The second thing that I wanted to bring up was that yesterday, I had to correct a teacher who was allowing students to make fun of Chinese people. Going, Chang, excuse me, this is never, nor should be, accepted. So I want to make it very clear that it's not just our Jewish students who are having problems. It is our Asian students. It is our Black students. It is our Latinx students. It is everybody. It is our gay students. It is our transgender students. We need to talk about this situation as in all the other ones, because those kids as a whole do not feel safe as well. So while we are learning about anti-Semitism as a district, this happens all the time, and we should all be learning how to address it, because when you learn how to address one, you'll learn how to address them all. Just by simple things of saying, no, that's not okay. Many people won't do that. So let's take all of it together. And as Ronnie Gold said, yes, Desmond did do that. But let me tell you, it was all of us. I will finish up, this is my last sentence. Desmond did do that. And I am thankful for a lot of my white allies. But this should not be one thing that is not dealt with altogether. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next is Andrea Gito.
Good evening. My name is Andrea Agito. I am a teacher at Ryan Road, and I am the president of the Northampton Association of School Employees. And I would like to address you, speaking of a couple of issues. The first and most critical, I guess, is the unspoken effects of budget cuts. Many unspoken and potentially unthought of before these cuts come about. One of them being the destabilizing of our staff, and when people feel like their jobs are at risk, when people feel like they are going to be involuntarily transferred at a whim, when people feel unsafe in their position, they tend to leave. And that is exactly what we experienced in the Northampton Public Schools. We currently have many open positions in the district, positions that were not cut, but are not being filled because we can't fill them. I would implore the school committee to ask the superintendent to let you know how many positions. I know of quite a few special ed positions. I know of para positions that are still open, and as you can imagine, are affecting the workload and the beginning of our school year in a way that is making it challenging for all staff, which makes me concerned that then more people leave because they are now being given double roles, triple roles. This is affecting school climate. It's affecting morale. The second thing I would like to speak to you about is the fact that we are having difficulty hiring people. The unspoken effect of having budget cuts or having a city that is not fully funding its school district has the effect of having people, and I know someone mentioned it earlier, not wanting to come and work here. So what we are in essence doing, and you all know of school districts in our area that people say, I don't really want to work in that school district. Northampton has never been one of those. Actually, Northampton has rested on its laurels for quite some time. But now the word is out, and we are having difficulty getting people to come and work here. That is something we're going to need to work really hard to bring back. Again, affecting morale and the stability of our schools. The other thing I'd like to speak to you about is a new program in our elementary schools called iReady. iReady is an assessment that is being given 3 times a year, or the plan is for it to be given 3 times a year to all students K to 5. It is currently, as my understanding, has been given at JFK for probably last year. I just have one more minute to finish this thought, if I might. The iReady assessments have been given. I've been speaking with 5th grade and 4th grade teachers. It is taking 3 sessions of about an hour each session for a student to complete that assessment. That will be given 3 times a year. We're talking about 3 days of loss of instruction in order to give an assessment that in some cases is not even giving us accurate data. So I would like to ask the school committee to question the iReady program and get it out of our elementary schools, because you all know how harmful MCAS is, and you're now saying basically give an MCAS level assessment 3 times a year, not 1, 3 times a year, beginning of the year, middle of the year, end of the year. Please get rid of iReady and get our students off of screens. Elementary students don't need to be there, and our teachers know what they need.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, and have a good night.
Thanks. Okay. Any other comments? Go ahead.
So I want to remind everyone, because the strategic plan is on the agenda for tonight, the community was never allowed to participate in the creation of the strategic plan. Parents were not invited to participate. Back in January, February, when this committee was first created, and I was not even involved in any of this yet, I called the mayor, I called the superintendent. I asked if I could participate. I was told no. I was told parents are not allowed to participate. You can't have minutes. I have it documented in email. You can't have the agenda. We will not tell you anything about it. You can't observe until we give you the report. I said, when will the report be? They said, we'll share it with you when we're done. I was just interested at that point in becoming more involved, sharing ideas, hearing the types of changes and things you're going to be talking about. And that's when I realized something was wrong. I think we all know at this point something is very wrong. We know we have the money. You know we have the money, Mayor. You're keeping it from kids. You're hurting kids. You know that. Kids are now starting to get hurt. It's time to do the right thing. I will keep showing up. I will keep coming back. for as long as this takes because I care about children. And I think at one point you did too. I'll see you next time. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments? Okay. Seeing none, we're moving on to announcements. Any announcements from school committee members? Okay. I'm going to start with Member Davis and then move down the line. Member Davis.
Yes, one is that just that I would like to thank Dr. Bonner and other people that worked with you. I'm not sure exactly all the folks that looked at the program, but for arranging the professional development session addressing anti-Semitism in our schools. This was scheduled in response to a concerned group of caregivers and students impacted by acts and words of anti-Semitism. And the focus was on children and their safety and comfort while in school, and I appreciate that. And totally different announcement was about the CPAC meetings. Was someone else going to mention that? Yes. Okay, I'll leave it to you then. Thank you.
Member Miller.
Thank you. I would like to announce that the Northampton Education Foundation's Small Grants to Educators program is accepting applications for their fall cycle. The small grants are able to be applied up to $3,000 per year, and if it's across 2 public schools, it's up to $5,000 per year. And awarded grants may reapply for subsequent grants in following years for up to 3 years total. Applications for the fall application cycle must be received by 11:59 p.m. on Tuesday, October 8th, 2024. And those interested in applying can either go on northamptoneducation.org or review the Small Grants to Educators program guidelines before applying online. A parent or caregiver can apply if they are doing it alongside an educator. So this is important information, not just for educators, but also for parents and caregivers when working with someone from an educator from the schools. That's my announcement. Thank you.
Is parent advisory. But they have meetings for parents or any interested parties once a month, usually on the 3rd Monday of the month. The first one coming up is next Monday from 7:30 to 8:30, where the new director of students is. That hallway will be there to on October 21st at 7:30. We will be discussing the new IEP and ramifications of that. And finally,
I'm sorry, Holly, we can't hear, I can't hear you. I don't know.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Yes? So it's just the mic, okay.
can you hear me?
Yeah, it was just the mic, yeah.
Okay.
Can you hear me now, Emily? No.
Oh, okay.
Oh, it's not plugged in, look. Can you
That
set that
explains-
mic down for me?
Yeah, like I can hear that she's speaking.
No,
but
the
I
mic
can't
wasn't plugged in.
understand
There's
it.
a very simple explanation.
Thank you. That better? So My announcement, for those of you on Zoom, was about CPAC, the Special Education Parent Advisory Council. We have regular meetings, usually the third Monday of each month, from 7:30 to 8:30 on Zoom. The first one is next Monday, where you can meet the new Director of Student Services, Matt Holloway. On the 21st, from 7:30 to 8:30, Matt will be discussing the new IEP and all its ramifications, which include, including the student at, I think, middle school and above in the meetings. And then there is, on Monday, the 18th, from 6 to 8 p.m., there's Recognizing and Addressing Bullying, which is being set up and run for us by the Federation for Children with Special Needs. You do need to register for that one. There is a link on the CPAC, and I'm hoping that that announcement will make it to Parent Square. Yes? Or, yes.
Yes.
So you can, I just signed up for it. So thank you very much, and hope to see any of you there.
I've got Member Seraphy Cox, and then I'll go to you. Member Seraphy Cox.
You might not.
Oh, no, I got this. Go ahead.
Okay, I just wanted to make an announcement that the Bridge Street School walking school bus is up and running. And we have 2 routes. One walks from the lumberyard to Bridge Street School, and the other walks from Sheldon Field to Bridge Street School. And we still have some open spots for walking school bus drivers. And by driver, I don't mean that you need to drive anything. You just walk some kids to school with a nice bright vest on. So if you are interested in getting involved, you can contact the Ward 3 Neighborhood Association.
Great, thank you. Okay, Member Stein, then Member Agnew.
I just wanted to announce that on September 28th, Saturday, September 28th, from 3 to 5 at the Florence Civic Center, the Support Our Schools Coalition's hosting a welcome back party to thank educators, staff, and businesses who support our schools. There'll be catering from Cooper's, ice cream from Harold's, some entertainment. It's free to attend. Welcome donations of tissues and Clorox wipes for teachers, any other sort of supplies that would be useful. So again, it's on September 28th from 3 to 5 at the Florence Civic Center.
Member Agnew?
This is for us, school committee members, superintendents, business officials, municipal officials, and legislators. This is a message about an important meeting from the Massachusetts Association of Regional Schools that on Tuesday, October 8th, via Zoom at 6:30, there will be a program called Project 211, uniting to raise awareness of financial challenges faced by districts in hold harmless status. It has to be, you have to register. It's at the first month of school, begins throughout the Commonwealth. Many of our districts and towns are dealing with the aftermath of developing budgets that failed to address critical needs and proved impossible to fund. And it goes on, there's a long explanation for it, and Senator Lewis was successful in getting an amendment adopted to the Senate's FY25 budget to establish a commission to look at this. And so the time to act is now. There will be a Zoom meeting again for officials of school districts and municipalities in the hold harmless status. So we've pulled together information from local directories. It's possible that you had received this, but in case you haven't, I will make sure that I forward it to you tonight. And also, I just wanted to mention that the Northampton neighbors have a Doozy Doo Parade coming up on Saturday, September 21st, 2024. Walk and roll up Main Street. We step off from 33 Holly Street, which is where the Center for the Arts is, at 11 a.m. and end up in Pulaski Park. Cheer from the sidewalk, bring neighbors, friends, and family, even your fur family, and let's get together. We are going to, those who are available, will march in the parade behind the school committee banner, and hopefully other schools will participate and we can walk all together. I believe that Dr. Bonner is one of the leaders of the parade, and I participated in this a couple of years ago, and I think it's a very happy, joyful, as our candidate for president talks about joy, bringing some joy. I think it does bring joy to a community, and I look forward to doing that with my colleagues. Thank you.
Thank you. No other announcements? Okay. That brings us to recommended actions. I will read all of the items. There is no discussion on items on the consent agenda unless something's been removed. So I'm going to read everything and then ask for removals. Otherwise, I'll ask for a motion on the recommended actions. So first is a donation. This is Subaru Adopt a Classroom. So this is for Bridge Street School, a donation from Subaru. Next, we've got a bunch of minutes. So November 1st, 2022, school committee minutes. January 10th, 23 minutes as, those were, the previous ones were as revised. These are January 10th, 23 minutes as revised at school committee meeting. This is June 21st, 2024, the minutes from a school committee meeting. June 10th, 2024, school committee meeting. July 24th, 24, school committee meeting. July 31st, school committee meeting. August 8th, 24, and that is it. Any removals from recommended? Okay, seeing none, is there a motion? Someone needs to move the consent agenda, please.
I will move to adopt the consent agenda.
I second it. Okay, motion made by member Agnes, seconded by member Gazy. Cassie, when you're ready, roll call, please.
Member Gacy?
Yes.
Member Foster Cannon?
Yes.
Member Seraphy Cox?
Yes.
Member Stein?
Yes.
Member Hennessy?
Yes.
Member Miller?
Yes.
Member LaBounty?
Yes.
Member Agna?
Yes.
Member Davis?
Yes.
Mayor Shara?
Yes. Okay, those all pass. Next, we're moving on to new business and discussion and vote on resolution in favor of question 2. And member Agna, this is who, yes?
Thank you. Yes. We are bringing this from the Curriculum and Instruction Subcommittee, where we had a representative from the ballot initiative who came to speak to us, and also to for us to discuss our previous statement, which I believe was adopted when it was the previous term of the school committee. And the person who came from the yes for this ballot initiative did suggest that our statement that we did, which was based on urging the state legislature to pass the Thrive Act, which is no longer a possibility. It's moved on to a referendum question on the ballot this November, and it's called question 2. And this was in your packet. It's a lengthy statement. If you would like me to read it into the record, I will. I did read it into the record for the Curriculum and Instruction Committee, Subcommittee. I also understand we have a lot on our agenda, so I'm not sure that it is okay to actually read this whole thing now. But at the end, we state, whereas using MCAS testing as a high school graduation requirement has prevented or delayed countless students from earning a diploma, either interrupting or derailing education or career plans. Therefore, be it resolved that Northampton School Committee urges the passage of question 2, ending the use of MCAS tests as a graduation requirement and for purposes of placing school districts or individual schools into state receivership. Again, if my colleagues would like me to read the whole thing, I'm happy to, but I think it's in your.
We all have it and we can read it, but I think there's something powerful about reading a resolution into the record. Would you mind?
I wouldn't at all.
Thank you, Member Agnew.
Could we share it together
Yeah.
from our committee? Reading it?
Sure. Sure.
Do you have it up, Margaret?
I'm sorry.
You have the resolution up?
Find
No.
the-
No, okay. Well, I'll start.
Hold on.
Whereas, excuse me, whereas access to a high-quality, publicly funded education is a guaranteed right written into the Massachusetts Constitution, and whereas an effective public education program meets the needs of students who present a variety of abilities and learning styles, and whereas a successful system of public education nurtures and supports students and offers opportunities for growth along a continuum that begins in preschool and extends through higher education, and whereas the goal of public education is to teach students how to be critical thinkers, engaged citizens, and lifelong learners, and whereas the introduction of high-stakes standardized testing through the Massachusetts Comprehensive Assessment System has undermined the most important goals of public education, and whereas the use of MCAS has restricted curriculum and narrowed the focus of education in our public schools, and does not take into account the unique learning styles, strengths, and weaknesses of individual students, and thus does not provide an accurate picture of their abilities. And whereas the use of MCAS creates a stressful and anxiety-provoking environment for students, which can negatively impact their performance and mental health.
And whereas MCAS testing has unjustly targeted communities with underfunded public schools for state takeovers that have failed to improve student performance. And whereas the use of MCAS perpetuate and exacerbate existing inequities in education by favoring students from privileged backgrounds who have had access to better resources while disadvantaging students from disadvantaged backgrounds. And whereas using MCAS testing as a high school graduation requirement has prevented or delayed countless students from earning a diploma, either interrupting or derailing education or career plans. Therefore, be it resolved that Northampton School Committee urges the passage of question 2, ending the use of MCAS tests as a graduation requirement and for purposes of placing school districts or individual schools into state receivership.
So again, we recommended that this be looked at and also voted upon again. So we had voted on it when it was to pass the Thrive Act. It's now the passage of question 2, and so I put forth to you our recommendation that we have a vote to pass this as a statement from the Northampton School Committee.
Thank you. Member Seraphy Cox.
Yeah, I just want to state my strong support for this resolution, just as I supported it when we originally passed it. And I have many personal experiences that I could share about MCAS, but it is summarized there in the resolution. So really glad to be supporting this.
Thank you. Member Foster Cannon.
Yeah, I just wanted to, I will utilize brevity here, but just thank you for bringing this forward. I think the resolution is quite powerful. Thank you for reading it, and it really, yeah, it summarizes the issues quite well. I intend to support it, and thank you for bringing it forward.
Thank you. Before we vote, I just want you to know that I've been invited to join Max Page tomorrow on Bill Newman's show to talk about this. And I look forward to, he invited me and he said, as long as you've passed this. So I said, okay, I will let you know if we have passed it, and I will join you tomorrow on the Bill Newman radio. It's on WHMP.
Do we need a motion?
I think we do.
I would like to make a motion to pass this resolution.
I'll second.
Motion's made by Member Miller, seconded by.
Yeah, just a quick thing for the public. I completely support this. And Nicole, I couldn't read my writing, said the 700 students each year in Massachusetts don't pass the MCAS and therefore don't get a diploma. And it just really also affects the culture so dramatically of schools and creates pretty bad environment, as she said. And then the second thing, two more things quick. It doesn't mean that we're taking away the MCAS. It's just not going to be high stakes. We'll still have tests to look at how students are doing. And the third thing is those 700 students didn't pass it, but countless students drop out of school because of a whole host of things, but one of them is the stress of these tests and the environment. So I strongly support this, and I love this, how it's written, but it's also even more than that.
Yes, Member Miller.
I would also just like to express that I would advocate for this strongly because the MCAS does not allow students to demonstrate their skills and abilities that may not be in the areas tested by the MCAS, but in other ways. And for students who have learning disabilities, they may have many other abilities, but passing the MCAS does not demonstrate how well they do in school. And I strongly urge everyone to pass this resolution.
Thank you. Yes, Member Agnew.
I'd just like to also make a statement that I began my career in Northampton as the early childhood and desegregation coordinator, and that was when ed reform started. Actually, it was after I was in the position, but in ed reform in 1993, when it was passed, I was excited as an educator to think that we were going to have, it stands for Massachusetts Comprehensive Assessment Systems with an S. And it meant that it was going to be more than a test, and it was going to be an exhibit or a portfolio, or the teachers who know those students report all those things together into a package. And somehow it morphed into this standardized test. I would venture to say that it had to do with some of the corporatization of education, but that's just my feeling about it. But I think it's been a travesty that it's been such a one-time test for students, and I agree with you, Member Miller, that this does not reflect what students know or can do. And I'm just very happy that we can think about not providing that kind of stress on our students who have every reason and opportunity to achieve and go forward from high school, and they don't have to have this stress on top of it if yes on 2 passes. So I really hope that that happens. Thank you.
Thank you. Sure. Okay, seeing none, roll call please, Cassie.
Member Foster Cannon,
Yes.
Member Seraphy Cox,
Yes.
Member Stein,
Yes.
Member Hennessy,
Yes.
Member Miller,
Yes.
Member LaBounty,
Yes.
Member Agna,
Yes.
Member Davis,
Yes.
Mayor Shara,
Yes.
Member Daisy.
Yes.
Great, that passes unanimously. Now you can go on the radio tomorrow. Okay, next is the discussion and vote on Sullivan and Hayes contract extension and addition of $45,000. And there is, is it Bob? Oh, she's a co-host. Hey, Bobby, are you, oh, I can't see you, but, oh, there you are.
Hey,
How are you?
good.
Did you want to speak to this? We have on, find it on.
So we had sent a contract over to be signed, and A member of the committee had pulled it to be discussed, and I believe what they wanted to know was the contract for the amount that was budgeted? The answer to that is yes, it was 45,000, which is what we budgeted. That's what we're gonna put for the contract amount for this fiscal year, knowing we may have to come back and add to that. And another question in regards to that was that, did we go over budget in FY '24? The answer to that is yes, we did. We went over budget. If you would look at your FY '24 budget document on page 2, you'd see our legal service line. We did spend 78,443, but we had to transfer in, but ultimately overspent by 33,433, of which we had 12,500 was a settlement. Part of the transfer in on that line, when you look at your document, is the portion of insurance that they split with us for that settlement. And then additionally, there was also paid out of that line Title IX with Stoneham rather than with Sullivan and Hayes. So there was a few other expenditures, but yes, we did go over by 17,343, which isn't too bad considering in FY '23 we were over by more than 172,000.
Okay.
And if that answers all the questions, otherwise, I'll hear more.
Anyone have any other questions, Bobby? Okay, I don't see any. Is there a motion?
Move approval.
Second it.
Oh, I did.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Counselor Kinnon, who was the second? There were a couple. Member LaBounty, second. Any further discussion? Roll call, please.
Member Seraphy Cox,
Yes.
Member Stein,
Yes.
Member Hennessy,
Yes.
Member Miller,
Yes.
Member LaBounty,
Yes.
Member Cagna,
Yes.
Member Davis,
Yes.
Mayor Shara,
Yes.
Member Gacy,
Yes.
Member Foster Cannon.
Yes.
Okay, moving on to item C, discussion and vote 2024 MASC resolutions. I think they
me
are.
again.
Okay, they're listed, I think they're listed here on the agenda. And
I think it's me again.
doesn't have, I
No,
don't,
it doesn't have me. That's good.
so these are the resolutions that will be voted on at the fall annual meeting, which is when?
It's in November.
Okay,
And the only reason I think it would be me is I know that I have signed up to go to the meeting, but I don't know if others have signed up to go.
No, you're the only one so far.
okay.
They were in your packet, the resolutions. It's a document of 33 pages. I have 2 copies of it if you didn't get a chance to read it, if you'd like to thumb through it. This one I'm not going to read all the way through.
Oh, come on, Member Agnew.
Oh,
It's
come
only
on.
9
I mean, really. Let's just, oh, come on. Put your feet up, we'll get ready. Anyway, so I think that we have to vote on these resolutions as a committee. If you feel like you need more time, I understand, because there are a lot of them. We haven't, we could table them to October, if that would make sense to
Yeah.
people.
On the agenda, there's just sort of the one-line descriptions of each one, which, so it's in this.
Yeah.
The packet includes them all.
Yeah, the longer thing is attached.
Oh, okay. The longer thing is attached also. Okay. So it gives you an overview of the kinds of things that are resolutions. And I think I reported last year, after having gone and been delegate is that it took hours. I think they had to break for dinner. It was surprising that some of these things that I wouldn't have thought to be controversial ended up being. You know, there are just hundreds of people who are coming forward to talk about their concerns around some of these resolutions. The only concern I have as far as if in the next agenda item is designating delegate is that it did take 5 hours out of the meeting for me.
And there are other things happening at the
And
same
there
time.
are other things happening at the same time, and I have to say, it was a challenge to have to sit there for that long. Again, if I'm the only one going and we need a delegate, I understand that I might need to do that, but anyway, back to the vote. If you are fine to vote on this, on the summary of the resolutions, I'm happy to ask for a motion to do that tonight.
Okay. Member Foster.
Thank you. I just have a quick question, actually, way down in the weeds on Resolution 4, the School Bus Stop Arm Surveillance Act.
Okay.
I think I can answer my own question, but in the resolution, it talks about allowing cities and towns to have video surveillance on the bus stop, stop arm.
Yep.
And my question for that, if the Northampton School Committee is endorsing that, is I think that goes against city ordinance of surveillance and video surveillance, and I'm not 100% certain, Mayor, if you remember, I wasn't there for the video surveillance discussions. That was before my time, but I believe that we can't have external video surveillance.
It depends on where, but
Okay.
can you give me a page?
Oh, yeah,
number?
sorry. It is page 27. It's Resolution 4, 1, 2, 3.
It's the one.
Yeah. Oh, page 3 at the, if you're looking at the top.
Against the law to pass a stopped school bus.
Bus stop arm
Oh, yes, so it's like the 5th paragraph down, the first therefore, or the therefore be resolved paragraph.
And I'm just trying to figure out where the camera's not, because there are cameras on buses, but this is the camera
Internal, right?
at the stop. I don't even know how.
How would we do that? Yeah.
I guess you can put a video on the stop arm, you know, because otherwise, the
Oh,
way it
so
is
it would
right
be
now.
on the bus.
It would be on the bus, but it would be pointed, like, on the road, whereas the cameras that are on the bus
Right.
now are pointed
I
inside the
don't
bus.
actually think that would. I'd have to go back and look at it again. I haven't looked at it, but I don't. And I think we've talked about cameras on school buses.
And I understand this is just for the ability for cities and towns to have that technology. So it's not putting it in.
It's mandated.
Right, yep, got it.
But if you find out anything differently, let me know.
Okay.
I don't know if we're going to, we want to pull that one until you find out, but.
Well, it just says it's the ability.
It's the
It doesn't
ability,
say that they
so,
will.
yes.
Okay,
If
great.
it violated an ordinance, then we just wouldn't be able to have it in.
They're all very interesting. I mean, I must say, it's just interesting how it's reserved for this one meeting. I think they didn't anticipate the number and the discussion there was about some of these issues. But anyway.
Okay. Any further discussion on these? And was there a motion already?
Member Seraphy Cox has her hand.
Oh, I'm sorry. Member Seraphy Cox, go ahead.
If there wasn't a motion, I'm happy to make one, but I think there was.
Cassie, was there a motion?
No.
Nope, go ahead.
No? Okay. I'll make a motion, and then I have a question. Make a motion to approve the 2024 MASC resolutions.
Second?
Motion was made by Member Seraphy Cox, seconded by Member Davis.
And then my question is, probably from, I don't know, I guess Member Agna, or anybody who kind of has a sense of, do these resolutions do anything? Do they go anywhere? Do they serve a purpose other than 5 hours of the meeting? I mean, the conversation, the discussion that happens in that forum could be important, but does MASC use these resolutions as a way, like that's what they lobby the state for, or, what happens to them?
Yes, Member Seraphy Cox, that is probably the main reason they have these, that if they are passed and the resolutions are passed, then those, the MASC, for instance, Resolution 1, the development of an alternative to high-stakes MCAS test, I mean, that's great, and they're going to use that, the MASC, for the legislature. So it is all, the resolutions are from school committees in Massachusetts for legislative action. You have a good question about whether the resolutions over the past few years have actually been successful at the state level. I haven't done that research, and so I don't know. I think it is useful for committees to come forward with their concerns about things, a range of things, like compulsory attendance and firearms and use of Native American mascots. I mean, there really are substantive, and I'm sorry I've sort of complained about the amount of time. I think that there would be a point to maybe doing this in a little different way so that it didn't consume as much time. But yeah, I'll ask when I'm there what's the success rate of these resolutions. It's a good question. Thank you.
Okay. Any other discussion? Roll call, please, Cassie.
Member Stein.
Abstain.
Member Hennessy.
Yes.
Member Miller.
Yes.
Member LaBounty.
Yes.
Member Agna.
Yes.
Member Davis.
Yes.
Mayor Shara.
Yes.
Member Gacy.
Yes.
Member Foster Cannon.
Yes.
Member Seraphy Cox.
Yes.
Okay. Moving on to D, which is a vote to designate an MASC business meeting delegate.
I move to nominate Member Agna.
I'll second.
Motion made by Member Hennessy, seconded by Member LaBounty. Do you accept that as the only person going?
Right, I would accept it. I will, having had the experience last year of knowing the length of time, and possibly that it wasn't that important that I was there the whole time, that I will modulate a little bit in my attendance. They didn't take a roll call. It was just this huge crowded room, and people coming and going. And I'm such a doobie that I sat there the whole time. But I now know, and I will accept.
And they vote on them individually, right?
They do.
Okay.
But they have testimony on it.
Member Seraphy Cox.
I'm just curious if they have any, is it a hybrid meeting for that portion? Like, do you have to be in person to be the delegate?
It wasn't obvious to me that there was any hybrid option. That's a good question.
There used to be. That's what I'm asking.
Because of the pandemic, maybe, only? Yeah, I'll find out before I go. The other thing that's a challenge is that I'm going to be on a panel with the collaborative, and last year it conflicted, and hopefully it won't this time, but anyway, I'll find out.
I was just gonna say that if there was the virtual option, that I would gladly sit through that virtually in your stead, but if not, I mean, I'm not gonna go all the way there for a 5-hour meeting.
I do not recollect.
I mean, not that there's not other useful things there, but
Okay.
I haven't gone before.
Well, I will check, and then we can have another vote if they do have a virtual.
Sure.
No, I'm kidding. I'll do it one more time. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. All right, any further discussion? Roll call, please, Cassie.
Member Stein?
No.
Member Hennessy?
Yes.
Member Miller?
Yes.
Member LaBounty?
Yes.
Member Agna?
Yes.
Member Davis?
Yes.
Mayor Shara?
Yes.
Member Gazy?
Yes.
Member Foster Cannon?
Yes.
Member Seraphy Cox?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for doing that.
Welcome.
Okay, moving on to E. This is discussion and vote on the Northampton Public Schools Strategic Plan 2024 to 2029. And
I am. This won't let me see pie chart. All right, I'm going to do a check. Is everyone able to see that?
There's a black column on the right. I don't know.
That
You
black,
can see it up there, too.
I can still see
and you
it.
know what it is? It's our video. So I've moved it over as far as I possibly can.
weird that it's showing.
I know.
Is it? I don't think so.
Yeah.
It's not moving.
It
Oh,
is.
yeah, it did move.
Really interesting.
I've never seen it show up on the screen before.
No, I didn't either. So, without losing you all. Okay. I just want to remind everyone that this is actually my report for the evening. Wanted to kind of do it justice. And also that if we could wait for any questions until I complete my presentation. So I'd like to take you through the journey. Back in September 18, 2023, the school committee retreat was centered on strategic planning using the Planning for Success model. This model is the Department of Elementary and Secondary Education's recommended strategy for strategic planning and continuous improvement process for districts and schools. Planning for Success is an inclusive, hands-on planning process designed to build district and school capacity and coherence while also building community understanding and support. This was a flexible process customized to our district, facilitated by Dr. Albert Johnson Musad, consultant from the Collaborative for Educational Services, that's CES. Planning for Success, which I'll probably say PFS for short, has been developed and refined since 2013 by use in and feedback from school districts across Massachusetts. PFS has proven to be successful for districts at all levels of student achievement and growth, from single school districts to urban and regional districts and educational collaboratives. January 11th, 2024, the school committee approved funding for strategic planning to be facilitated by the collaborative by 9 yeas and 1 absentee vote. Strategic plans provide a path for school districts in mapping out a sequence of steps for improved performance. It informs our district improvement plan, our school improvement plans, my goals, and the school committee's goals. The planning team, a 21-member team, met monthly from January until August 2024, participating in the Planning for Success model of developing the district's strategic plan. These meetings were 3.5 to 4 hours in duration. The process was completed in multiple steps. So I'll take you through the journey. Step 1. First was identification of stakeholders to serve on the planning team. This team consisted of stakeholders representing parents, caregivers, educators, community members, and city and school leadership. Those of you who have your plan, you can see the list of members who are on that team. Step 2, community feedback. The district conducted a survey to 3 stakeholder groups: staff, students, and caregivers and community members. The survey was qualitative in nature and asked 3 questions to envision the future, and these questions will be familiar to you all. What does the district's or school community look like, sound like, feel like today in 2029? The second was, what did the district school community look like in 2024? And then how did the district school community become what it is in 2029? These questions focus on understanding the meaning and experiences of people by collecting detailed, non-numerical data. The responses, totaling 363 responses, written in narrative form, helped us to explore the why and the how behind our current state and where we would like to see the district in 5 years. February 2024, district data. So our third step was involving reviewing the data that actually derived 4 problem statements and conducting a root cause analysis. Data that was presented to the planning team included student performance, not just on MCAS, but on district assessments, the district heat map, which indicates our enrollment, chronic absenteeism, out-of-school suspensions, the number of students passing 9th grade, dropout rate, graduation rate, and enrollment over the past 5 years. We also examined our SABRE results, and SABRE is our social emotional screener that we use. It stands for Social, Academic, and Emotional Behavioral Risk Screener. So from that data, we actually derived 4 problem statements, and these problem statements were actually shared with the community back in March. It was in our newsletter. So very quickly, in 2023, 52% of MPS students met or exceeded proficiency on ELA MCAS, and 48% either partially met or did not meet proficiency. 44% of MPS students met or exceeded proficiency on math MCAS, and 56% either partially met or did not meet proficiency. 54% of students met or exceeded proficiency on the science and technology MCAS, and 46% either partially met or did not meet proficiency. Second, all students in Northampton achieved a proficiency on par with the statewide, with the statewide all students group in ELA and math on MCAS. MPS ELL students, students with disabilities, students in the low income and Hispanic or Latino categories achieved significantly lower levels of proficiency than their statewide peers in these groups. In addition, the scores of the ELL student group in grades 6 through 8 dropped from fall 2023 to winter 2024 on the iReady diagnostic math and reading assessments. Thirdly, there is a decline in our district enrollment of 7.5% over the past 5 years. Teachers identified 20% of students as being in the some or high risk categories, which is 94 out of 466 students who actually took the SABRES. And then in grades K through 5 and in grades 9 through 12, 15% of students in grades 4 through 12 who completed My SABRES self-reported some or high risk for social emotional problems. That's 37 students out of 261. Step 4, we conducted a root cause analysis. And for those of you who are social scientists, you may remember root analysis can be done multiple ways, but the one that's really been used and we used was the why protocol. So we kept saying why and then why, and so we would analyze some of our concerns. And then we also focus on the concerns that were within our control that we could actually address. There were some things that were lifted up that we could not address, that were not in our control. that were some considerations, but we focused on what we could actually address. So some of those root cause analysis, one was the length of the student day provides insufficient time on learning. As you may be aware, we are a district that offers about 900 hours of instruction during the course of a school year. That is the minimum hour that's required of a school district. The district calendar provides insufficient time for professional development. Actually, here's some of this, what I'm saying. Thirdly, the curriculum and instruction are inconsistent across the district, and that's including implementation of curriculum, instructional materials, and assessment of learning. Special education instruction in reading and math, it has been interpreted as approaches and materials as opposed to a true implementation of curriculum, accessing the main curriculum. And then instruction that makes learning accessible for students who experience learning as difficult, interpreted as differentiation to respond to specific learners. The fourth area of concern was insufficient accountability and support for grade level expectations regarding curriculum and instruction. And then delivery of programs and services relative to the academic needs and young people's and families' social-emotional needs, such as housing and or food insecurity, substance abuse, presence of adverse childhood experiences, those kinds of things that trigger trauma. The fifth concern, or root cause, or some of the things that we're dealing with, was that MPS schools may not offer the most appealing conditions relative to class size, schools that serve youth and families' needs, educational programs and services, diversity, equity, inclusion, and belonging, and effective communication regarding what individual schools in the district can offer, what we have, who we are, and what we do. Our fifth step, and I can move this black bar that's covering our word, is synthesizing the information. And so we synthesize the data from the surveys. And so the planning team analyzed the feedback in order to identify common themes as well as key outliers across stakeholder groups. The process of identifying these common themes by distilling the vast array of community feedback to a concise and comprehensible form was critical to both the success and the credibility of the planning process. This messy and complex synthesis work, designed to honor and highlight the voices of the community, was a valuable service provided by the planning team. These themes, voiced by the community, informed the development of the plan's strategic objectives and initiatives. The process for identifying common themes, the planning team identified common themes in the feedback generated by the planning process. This was the first stage in identifying strategic objectives for the district plan. The planning team explored connections between these themes and the results of the root cause analysis of the current context in order to further develop and refine strategic objectives and initiatives. Our facilitator organized the planning team into small, mixed stakeholder groups, with each group responsible for synthesizing different elements of community feedback. Each group was assigned a different set of community responses to all protocol questions. This required 2 rounds of synthesis work in order to identify common themes across all responses and achieve planning team consensus about them. So, quick pause. I just want to remind those of you who were on school committee when my tenure began, we actually went through these stages together during our retreat. So hopefully I'm doing some recall in terms of these steps and stages. In April, there was no meeting, but we had 2 meetings in May, and so this was our cross-checking. So in our cross-checking, we identified overarching themes, and some of these themes included physical health, facilities, food service, culture of inclusion, and I want to clarify culture of inclusion for ages 3 through 22. So we included our preschool programs all the way to our transitional programs for our older students. Climate and social emotional well-being, educational programs, early ed, elementary programs, instruction and resources, assessment and learning, student support services, and systems within and across the schools, as well as the district operations. Step 7. So in June and August, we identified those objectives that came from those surveys, as well as came from our root analysis, as well as what came from our data. So it was a triangulation of all 3 components in order to derive the objectives that we came out with, as well as the initiatives and expected outcomes. So this is a quick reminder of what's in your packet in terms of the 5 objectives. Remember that I shared with you, I finally figured that one out. I shared with you that last school committee, the actual 5 objectives in which the planning team prioritized to bring forward to this larger body. And so the first objective, very quickly, I'll go through this. You guys, I know that you've read, and then I want to give you opportunities to ask questions. So the first objective is achieve net zero carbon emissions in Northampton Public Schools facilities, including technology upgrades and classroom and bathroom upgrades to promote users' well-being, inclusion, and NPS priority instructional approaches and strategies. So in this objective, there are some key initiatives that that the planning team considered. So first, convening facilities working groups to review and continue research, make recommendations, solicit school community needs and broader community feedback and engagement, and prepare a plan to refurbish schools as outlined in expected outcome below, including investigation of school consolidation, as well as considerations of users' well-being, inclusion, and NPS priority instructional approaches and strategies. Second initiative is identifying the approaches such as experiential and interdisciplinary learning and strategies such as UDL, which is Universal Design for Learning, differentiation of instruction that NPS will adopt to provide effective learning opportunities that respond to individual learners' unique learning needs and goals, and their social emotional well-being, and identifying and prioritizing teachers' and administrators' needs for professional development, coaching, and technical assistance. So as I go through these, you will see that this is the framework. And so it doesn't stop here, because once this body decides whether you want to weigh, how you want to weigh in, if you want to add things, if you want to change things, the next steps, which I will share, is that we then have working groups to create action plans to address these. So the second objective is by December 2024, the NPS annual budget will fund identified priorities in alignment with the city's fiscal stability plan. So within that, there are key initiatives. Develop a plan to maintain competitive salaries within the city's fiscal stability plan. Develop a sustainable plan to achieve and maintain target class sizes. There are also additional initiatives. Convene an enrollment working group that will investigate evidence-based practices to mitigate enrollment decline in our schools. Study the district's 5-year projected enrollment that may come with a feasibility study for that. Develop a plan to mitigate declining enrollment in NPS schools. Just to bring your attention to awareness that this is not just a Northampton concern about declining enrollment, but it's actually a Massachusetts concern in terms of the shifting change of our student population. And then collaboration between the school committee and city council. The third objective is optimize the district's nutrition program to meet users' needs. And that is first and foremost convening a food nutrition program working group to identify baseline conditions and make recommendations. The fourth objective, improve ELA and math outcomes for English learners, students with disabilities, low-income students, and students identifying as Hispanic or Latino. There are many initiatives that go along with this. Developing systems of accountability and support for grade level ELA and math expectations regarding curriculum, instructional materials, and instructional practice. So this is our teaching and learning component. Develop protocols, who, what, when, for administering standards-based NPS benchmark assessments, informative assessments, interpreting the data to monitor progress and inform instruction, communicating progress with students and families, identifying and prioritizing teachers and administrators' needs for professional development, coaching, and technical assistance. The third initiative under Objective 4 is also to identify the approaches, and some of this work actually is and has happened in the past, but not with fidelity. So the universal design for learning, the differentiated instruction to address the diverse needs of our students, to begin to provide that professional development to help work with our teachers to, again, address our students' needs. Okay, additional initiatives under this particular objective: develop routine restorative practices in classrooms and schools to promote adults and young people's social emotional well-being, including routines to build relationships and foster belonging. Convene an enrollment working group to expand a wraparound services in all schools, including after-school programs, specifically in the 4 elementary schools. Conduct a needs assessment for before and after care for elementary caregivers and families. Objective 5. Strengthen the sense of connection and belonging experienced by students, staff, and caregivers. And so there are 3 initiatives under this particular objective. Develop routine restorative practices in classrooms and schools to promote adults and young people's social emotional well-being, including routines to build relationships and foster belonging. Convene a working group to expand wraparound service. So again, this dovetailed with what was under number 4 in terms of the wraparound services. And then thirdly, investigate and implement evidence-based practices to recruit, support, mentor, place, and retain staff members identifying as people of color. So, the next steps. So this strategic plan is the skeleton or the framework of our next steps. So within the next, I would say now until November, it will be very critical for us to, again, to create working groups. And here's, again, another opportunity for stakeholder groups to participate and help us to develop those action plans that will then help us to meet our expected outcomes, which are identified in the strategic plan. I think I'm going to just stop here and open it up to questions. So, great things are not done by impulse, but by a series of small things brought together. Vincent Van Gogh. And I'll leave that on the screen.
Member Foster Cannon?
Member Seraphy Cox had her hand up before me.
Okay, member.
Thank you.
Right. Things on the screen, it's all jumbled for me. Member Seraphy Cox.
Yeah, thanks. Glad to see a lot of detail here. One question that I had that's a logistical question is if your presentation, Dr. Bonner, can be provided to the committee, because it wasn't in the packet.
So well, there were just slides that kind of introduced my talking points. So my notes, I will be glad to share. I was kind of saving it for my newsletter, but I will be glad to share with the community. It will also be in the minutes.
Yeah, there's just some information on some of the slides, like statistics and such, that were difficult for me to, it's easier for me to process information when I can read it. and process it verbally, both. So that's why I'm asking for.
Absolutely. I'll get it to you. It's no problem. I'll have it posted.
Thank you. Thank you. On objective number one of the initiatives talks about the possibility of school consolidation, and I just wanted to make sure that the intention of that initiative is to investigate school consolidation as a potential solution rather than like this is what we've decided to move forward with. Is that?
That is correct.
Yeah, okay. I will voice that I have strong reservations about the way that objective 2 is worded. I absolutely think that fiscal alignment, you know, identifying priorities, those sorts of things are important for a strategic plan. But the specific mention of the city's fiscal stability plan seems very out of place in this plan, since this is a plan of the Northampton Public Schools rather than a plan of the city as a whole. On objective.
Member Seraphy Cox, if I may ask you, before you go to the next point, is then how would you reword objective 2?
Yeah, so I figured that I was like 6th in line with my hand rather than first, so I didn't have the language worked out. I can work on that, and I'm happy to make a motion in regard to that. For objective 4, I am curious. I had some further questions about this one relative to like how this would play out at the elementary level versus at the secondary level. Oh, sorry.
No.
Okay.
Okay, you're okay.
You're fine, go ahead.
Wrong?
No, go ahead. There was just a sound,
Oh.
but it's fine. You can continue.
Okay. Well, so that was my question, was how does this play out at the elementary school level versus at the secondary level? What is it? I'm sure that it's different, but is there a particular focus?
In terms of, okay, so.
In terms of the elementary versus secondary?
Yes, so we know for a fact that our, and I know how this district feels about MCAS scores, but in our district assessment, we see underperforming. Our students are not reading on grade level. We also see the performance in the math being similar. And so even before, as I came into this district, we had just adopted 2 new curriculum in both areas, particularly for the elementary level. And so through our coaches, they have really been working with staff members. Staff members have been working together collaboratively. They have been implementing lessons, particularly for the focus was 2 modules last year for the ELA program, or the reading program, I should say. And then math, each year they're implementing another component of the numbers corner and some other components to help to facilitate where we want to be with our students. And so staff are consistently working with that, and we want to grow that. We want to be able to see an effect in terms of how our students are performing in those areas. And so, again, we have a lot of work ahead of us. People are just learning how to read the data, interpret the data, to know how to address the needs, learning how to read the diagnostic assessments that we have to have in place. This is what we're using to determine, like, so for instance, MClass, not MCAS, MClass, we use, which is a suite of different diagnostics, one being DIBBLE, so that we use to determine, it's kind of our pre-screener for dyslexia. And so these assessments help to inform us in terms of where students are and how we need to adjust or to differentiate our instruction in classroom to be able to meet the needs of our students. So that's our lower grades, that's our elementary grades, and actually that will go from K through grade 8. And so it always takes time when you're implementing a new program, although I know families will say right away that we don't have time. What are you going to do for my child? And so, we understand this, and so really trying to address those needs at the middle school level, and I'll just use reading, for instance, that reading components, those skills, those core skills, were being addressed in the ELA classroom, in the English classroom, specifically in the 6th grade. But there are some students who are so far behind in terms of their core skills that there is that need. There was a question about, we don't have a reading interventionist at the middle school. Well, that position was funded, and it did take some time to find the right person to hire. And so that person, I'm waiting to see if they took the offer, literally. And I realize it is late in the game, but it's not too late to do what we need to still do with our students. And so these are the kinds of things and action plans, and something that we definitely need in this district that is missing. We have components in place, but we don't have an actual vertical alignment of a reading plan in terms of what's expected at each grade level. And so that is a priority of mine for the new director, who hopefully will be coming in soon. Just finished those interviews yesterday. Need to do the second round. So, a lot of work, and I know I've kind of piecemealed those components. And the cohort of students that were identified, that this is nothing new in the district in terms of these have been the cohorts of groups of students that we need to address. Equitable practices and making sure that they have access and their needs are being addressed.
Great, thank you. Yeah, I think because there's not a fleshing out of kind of what this looks like in the various levels, I walked away from it kind of feeling like I wasn't sure, what does that look like at each level? So I just wonder if maybe some further elaboration in that section.
That's the purpose of the working group. That's who's going to flush this out.
To do the elaboration.
That's the next step. Those are the next steps.
So then maybe elaborate in that section about the working group that they will, be looking at XYZ thing for, the various levels. Like, I think that's just what I'm looking for, is more specificity around, especially, knowing that, that there will be, I think a concern is, of course, when we talk about reading, we're only talking about elementary.
No.
Whereas, yes, reading and
adolescent literacy is also included in that.
Yeah, exactly. So, yeah, thank you. And then my last thought was on objective 5. I love, I love these initiatives in many ways, and the third initiative around recruit, support, mentor, etc., retain staff members identifying as people of color. I think you're aware that we as a school committee had passed an initiative, I guess you would call it. Maybe initiative is too strong a word. It was a reading group around the Green River report that outlined, it was a very extensive report specifically about Northampton Public Schools and our ability or lack thereof to recruit, retain, etc., staff members of color. And so I think that, especially since we've already passed it, and I know that there was a pause put on it because of budget concerns, but, that was something that was passed by the school committee. So that is either an easy, thing to insert here, or it should be a part of the plan. I see other nods. Glad people agree on that one. Yeah. Okay. So then I think that's good for now. I will think about my thoughts on objective 2 and raise my hand again.
Thank you, members.
Thank you.
Okay. Member Foster Cannon, you are up.
Thank you. I have a few things to say and 2.5 questions for you. I'll try to go in a reasonable order. First, just as I'm reading this through and I'm looking at the list of people who gave their time and their expertise and their skills to help put this together, that's a pretty impressive group with a variety of perspectives and skill sets. And I know that this was a time-consuming, lengthy process. And so I'm just looking at all of those names, many of whom I know and hold in high regard, and just really appreciate that this group came together, for the betterment of our schools. And I was glad to hear you use the word urgency when you were answering Member Seraphy Cox's question, thinking about, where we are as a community right now, that our kids and our educators, everybody's doing their best. And through the pandemic interruptions and the learning loss and the social emotional loss and all of those challenges that they're having, there is a sense of urgency to move forward with this. And so I know that sometimes when big changes are proposed or big systems are proposed, something I often hear is, we need more time. We need more time, we need more information. I would just urge my colleagues in our community to move forward and not to let the perfect be the enemy of good and of progress. That is something that I think is important. Just a couple things I wanted to say that I was glad to hear identified in here and could lead to questions. One is you mentioned the length of the student day, that right now it's at the minimum and that reduces the amount of time available for learning. I think the other thing that makes challenging, especially in the upper grades, is the amount of time for physical activity. And I think that is a huge concern that can be wrapped in with learning and social emotional, and is just an important piece to consider beyond just time on learning. Let's see, the other thing I saw in here that I was glad to see is the idea of wraparound services, particularly after-school care. And with that, I just wanted to bubble up to the surface as well, the professional development days. and it's like piggybacked because we understand the need, and I 100% support the need for more professional development opportunity for teachers. We ask a lot of them and want to make sure they have the skills and resources they need. But as we're looking at our calendar and those professional development days, they feel pretty inconsistent. And I think because I'm living it as a parent of kiddos that need that care, sometimes I'm like, whoa, where'd that day come from? And it would be something that I would love to see us as a district work toward, providing the professional development teachers need on a more predictable schedule for families. And then I guess that's getting me to my 2.5 questions. The first is where am I? If you could talk about, because I've definitely heard a desire for more from the community in a broader perspective to be involved, both families of students who have disabilities, families who identify as low income or have English language learners. And I also understand the challenges of sometimes involving our more stressed communities. And I'm wondering kind of how working groups may be put together, if you're aware of any resource or opportunities or any support we may be able to provide for our more vulnerable families to be able to actually be engaged in this process too.
So just to use an example, our LPAC group, which again, I actually did an in-person conversation, and there were 30 members present. So literally, we took them through because I had a interpreter and translator, and so took them through the survey questions, and they have the opportunity to ask questions. They had an opportunity to voice their concerns and opinions, and so likewise, once you all decide how we're going to move forward with this, then the opportunity will be opened up more, so where we begin to travel to schools and have those kinds of conversations, and to talk about the action plans, and to share, well, first of all, to even share what this is all about, but to really have conversations and feedback in terms of, okay, so we know that these are concerns. What would you like to see? And to come up with that action plan. And so this is a 5-year plan, so that action plan may be this year. We start with the following. So let's, for instance, with the reading. We need to review what we have already in place, how to connect it and align it, and make sure we're addressing the upper grades, which we are falling short of. And then what will that look like? What does it look like now? What do we need to do differently? And these kinds of conversations really need to happen soon, before March. Is that in that budget? March. Let me ask you. So, no, I hope. So, to really have these kinds of conversations, because then that will inform me the types of requests that we make.
That was actually 1.5 questions. So okay. I have one more question, and then just one more thing I wanted to say. My other question is, you mentioned the enrollment decline, and we know this is happening across the state, but we also understand Northampton has some unique challenges with our geography and the stratification of our socioeconomic, resources and things like that. So I'm wondering, have you seen in other districts, or did the committee discuss different avenues for studying the why children are leaving the district? What you've seen go well?
We had conversations. We were back and forth with that, and so Carolyn Mish is going to offer some information in terms of the housing, which is one critical piece, and then again some just kind of the why, in terms of why people choose. They have the option to choose, but in terms of choice of charter schools. And then we have quite a few families who are homeschooling, the choice of homeschooling. And to kind of, again, you have to gather information or data from all of those different groups and sources to say, what's happening. even this year, alone, we had quite a few of our entering ninth graders select Smith. That enrollment is up for them. And so the shift is, do I want to be college bound? Or do I want to I want to finish high school with an actual access to go straight into work? So we're starting to see that trend, and that's a national trend. And so there's a lot, and so again, the working group would set the parameters in terms of what we want to investigate, how we're going to go about doing that, who's responsible in the role, and then roll it out.
Great. And then the last thing I just wanted to say, I just missed it in my order here, is I was really glad to see Objective 5 in here and laid out, and that's the one to strengthen the sense of connection and belonging experienced by students, staff, and caregivers. And I think especially, our sort of current political climate, we heard very powerful comments tonight about the experience of people of color, about anti-Semitism in the schools and how that feels, and we just have such an incredibly polarized climate, not just here in the schools, but I think it's really a reflection much broader than that. I'm just really glad to see this because I think that the more our students feel connected to their schools and to their community, and the more that teachers, educators feel connected to the school and the community, to each other, the stronger our schools will be. And that's a really worthy goal of being in there. So glad to see it. That's it. You listened to my statements and answered my questions.
Okay.
Member Stein.
I've got some feedback on the plan, but I had a question for Bobby first. She's still with us. I'm trying to remember, it's been like over a year now since we started this, what we decided to pay for this process. I'm trying to remember what this cost us.
If Member Stein would allow me to answer that, it was $32,000. Actually, I can give you the exact amount from those minutes.
It's okay, I don't need the exact dollar figure.
Yeah, but it's $32,000
Okay.
For the amount of work that was done over the last. The work actually started in November, although the committee wasn't formed until January. So it will almost be 12 months once we finish finalizing this plan.
The other question is, I would like to have the data that was used by the group. So the district assessments that were used, the heat map, the SABRE data, and if it could just be, I know it's already been collected because the groups looked at it, it can just be made accessible to me, that'd be great. I'd like to avoid having to put in a records request for it. So, but however it has to happen, I'd like to see the data, including the surveys. And I'm pretty frustrated with this strategic plan for a few reasons. One, there was repeated demands for more community involvement in the process. And to have few hundred surveys filled out that were open-ended as the only opportunity for community involvement, by which then we're going to triangulate with other data what the main things that we have to do are, is frustrating. And when we brought this up again after these 4 things were shared with us in March in the newsletter, it was, oh, there's going to be more involvement, there's going to be town halls. It wasn't clear at that point that the town halls will already be part of potential working groups after we've already made the decisions on what the working groups are going to address. What we were looking for was engagement in this actual process to decide what the priorities of the district were. And that's why you're hearing, I think, so much frustration in public comment in other places about being shut out. So it's a real missed opportunity. I'm frustrated that the process wasn't more transparent, that we didn't get more of these details periodically. We got some that when we asked for updates, but quite frankly, we're not told a lot about this. A lot of this data wasn't shared with us. We got these 4 questions that allegedly emerged from it, but none of this was really presented to us. I was really frustrated to see that objectives were going to be implemented this year and advertised in all sorts of newsletters to the district when this body hadn't seen this report or voted on it. It feels like this is moving forward, and even in the response to Member Seraphy Cox's request for the PowerPoint, he said it's going to be my newsletter. I wouldn't put a PowerPoint in a newsletter for a plan that we haven't voted for. The thinking is way ahead of where we are as a body, and it makes me feel like what the body's role here isn't really being respected. And that makes me really frustrated. It also makes me really frustrated that the membership of this group, frankly included the mayor, people that directly report to the mayor's favorite champion on the council. It's a group that I think explains why we're seeing something like an objective that includes, number 2, by 2024, the MPS annual budget will be fund identified priorities in alignment with the fiscal stability plan. When this body in March and April rejected that fiscal stability plan 8-1, and you ignored it then, and it seems to be ignored now. So we're being asked again in this weird way, tell us right now that you're gonna lay down and accept the fiscal stability plan increase of 3% on what the city portion is and the state portion, which means our overall budget will grow less than 3%. And vote on this now, so when that comes up, we can tell you, no, you committed. It feels very ridiculous. And to spend $32,000 to have an objective to meet the fiscal stability plan and have this one bulleted thing with no details regarding the nutrition plan, and to not have a sense of urgency, frankly, in 4, to address the immediate needs of all of our kids in grades 6 through 12 who have no curriculum, have not enough tiered support, have not enough reading interventionists, and are years behind in reading. And the cuts you all just made exacerbated it, and then pretend that somehow if we adopt a fiscal stability plan, we're gonna be able to address that at some point. I mean, it's the internal incoherence of the document is baffling. Also, just the target to NACE. You asking the school committee to say to NACE, you're only gonna get raises based on what the mayor gives us, so just so you know, that's what's gonna happen in negotiations. Really an unhelpful thing and something I don't think is appropriate in a strategic planning document. I'm also really frustrated with 5. We had to beg and beg last term to finally get some action by the school committee on the Green River report, which was a comprehensive report on why this district struggles to recruit and retain diverse staff. And part of what we voted for was to pay for a reading group with tailings, and that was unilaterally ended by the superintendent last July, and we weren't even informed. And she said when I asked her about the last meeting, oh, it was because of budget freeze. That was tailings money. It wasn't next year appropriation. And it's something we voted on. And if she wanted to freeze it, she should have talked to us about it. It was a pittance of money for a stipend for an educator to lead that and to investigate HR consultants to help us implement some of this work. So here we are again, starting over 3-4 years later, saying we're going to do the same thing we were going to do before when we drop the ball over and over again. And it's not even listed here that we have this data or that this great process looked at that data. So that's really frustrating to me. The equivocation and the slight equivocation between restorative practices and social emotional well-being troubles me. These are very different things. The literature in implementing these things together in districts urges a lot of caution and a lot of foresight and a lot of training that I don't think what I've read we're doing is gonna do. And I feel like we're labeling some social and emotional curriculum as a restorative justice process when I don't think it is. So I want a more robust treatment of these things, and it's gonna require more resources and more training, which we don't have because this document's asking us to embrace the fiscal stability plan. So I just don't know how we can vote for it. From my perspective, it would have to strip out everything related to the fiscal stability plan, because if you have it in there, everything else is meaningless because you can't pay for it. What we're looking at is endless sort of cuts, not additions, if we stick with that plan. So you can't have that in here and then say you're going to do these other things because you have no money. And if the framing was you have to work within this box, I wonder what things would have got in here that weren't because that was a condition and an objective of the plan. And because the entire process was shielded from the public view, there's no minutes, nothing was public, nothing was made available, we have no idea what those conversations were. So when people say they don't trust the process or they don't feel comfortable with it, those are legitimate criticisms. I'm just profoundly frustrated that we spent $32,000 on this, and it's essentially the city's plan for net zero carbon emissions and a fiscal stability plan. We didn't have to pay $32,000 for that. A real vague thing about nutrition and some stuff we've already been doing that's been derailed around retention, and kind of dancing around this real fundamental need we have to teach our kids how to read before they leave this district. We have 5 years. I want to make the biggest impact we can on students in 6th grade through 12th grade who can't read. That is a moral obligation and an ethical obligation we have that we failed at when we cut more supports this year and made it more difficult for them to access those resources. So I think we need to get serious. And I'm calling on my colleagues not to pass this in its current form and to provide some direction to actually create a strategic plan that's worthy of our students. And I also want an open and transparent process in whatever working groups come out of that plan. I want to know how those names are being collected. I want to know who's vetted. Like, if we're having citizens come and tell us, I volunteered and I was told you're not needed, why not? What was the decision made? We can't fill a lot of committees citywide, but seemingly there's a lot of people that want to participate. Why aren't they the right people? And how are those decisions being made? I still don't understand why this isn't a committee that the mayor appointed. I know we're calling it, it's not a committee, even though the charter says the mayor appoints committees, but I don't get that whole thing. I don't get why the working groups wouldn't be open. I don't know why the agendas wouldn't be open. I don't know why there wouldn't be notes. I really want more transparency in this process going forward.
No questions.
Okay. I'll just speak to the fiscal stability plan for a few minutes. So the fiscal stability plan, I'm sorry if I'm bothering you, is to provide additional tax revenue for city services, schools being the largest expenditure. So as everybody knows, we can only increase tax revenue by 2.5% a year. And our tax revenue is our largest source of revenue. So for increases of more than 2.5%, recurring revenue needs to be raised. Despite the restrictions of Prop 2.5 services and needs increase more than 2.5%, we know that. The school budget had an 8.5% increase this year. So that goes with the fiscal stabilization fund, the plan, which was created to stretch the necessity of requiring another general override to balance the annual operating budget for a few years between to maintain stability for these services from year to year.
Just point of information, though, we disagree. We disagree about this.
That's fine.
The point of information I'm offering is that the tax base is only 68% of the city's annual revenue.
Yeah.
Yep. And even if you have the ability to only increase the levy by 2.5%, that doesn't mean the schools can only increase 3% a year. And the actual percentage increase of the schools this year was 3.17%, not 8%. That could be the way you break it down. But there's a moral question here, and we disagree. Like,
I'm sorry, is this still a point of information?
Yeah.
I don't think so.
Yeah.
So did you happen to read the Gazette article about Amherst maybe 2 weeks ago? So,
being interviewed.
excuse me?
Am I being interviewed?
Well, I'm just trying to make a point.
I don't know if it's
You seem to
rhetorical.
say that we are unique here. We're the only community in which we have to stay within a certain percent increase. So the Amherst Town Council was asking that the schools actually address their budget earlier this year because they're requesting that they stay within the usual 3% increase that they have. So last year they ended up with a 6% assessment, and they're asking the school committee to address that because they cannot afford that. They cannot do that again. And they're saying that the additional revenue that was added they're asking for it not to be included in the base. My goal has been that 8.5%, that we roll it into the base so that's recurring revenue. Otherwise, we will have a deficit. Also, Pelham additionally asked them and said that, you know, this really needs to stay within the 2.5% range that it's been before. This is how every community works. There is only so much revenue that can be raised.
There is only so much revenue that can be raised, but we are unique and different from Amherst in that we continually generate massive amounts of free cash and have way more savings than they do. We do. We have the largest amount of cash, free cash, and certified cash and various things behind fake fences of any city with $100 million or more in budget. We do.
Communities across the
hold on.
Commonwealth.
Yeah, hold on. But the point is, well, if you want to have an exchange, let me speak. I'd let you speak, let me speak. If you don't want to have an exchange, it's
Interrupt all the time.
okay. Be that as it may, your percentage is dictated not based on need, but based on what you think something should go by. It's a needs-blind assessment. It doesn't change the fact that we can't increase the levy limit, but it decides how you divide the overall pie. And that's the question that we keep saying. Stop saying that the schools can only grow at this rate, because the schools are the most important city service. And if the needs of the schools outweigh other needs, you weigh the needs and your values. You don't just decide it's a set percentage. That's regardless of whether or not you can raise the levy limit. So there are different ways to budget without saying, oh, we can just magically raise the levy limit. And there's different ways to have projections. You eliminated the override, said we had the surprise money, but we all told you you had it beforehand. And you didn't just figure that out when you asked the council to put it on 10 days before the fiscal year that you're just going to have all this cash. Most of that was in the Q3 report. And the perennial underestimating by over 1,000% of this interest, and then pretending like we don't have cash. I mean, you act like you can't do things different. Budgets can look a million different ways. And it lacks imagination. And people are sitting here saying, my kid can't read. I'm not getting my IEP services. And it's like, 2.5, fiscal stability plan can't help you. We got to think more creatively, and we got to do a better job.
We may disagree on the fiscal stability plan and the value of it, but in the 10 years before the fiscal stability plan, the increases to the schools ranged from negative to the 1 year there was, I mean, actually I have it right here. The highest year was a 7% in 2007. Other than that, they were 0, 1, 2%, 2.7, 0.87. Since the fiscal stability plan, there's been nothing below 3% and many years far above that, including the last 3 years, which are 5, 7.4, and 8.5. So I'm not sure why you think before the fiscal stability plan we had these very low percentages. This plan was created to allow for planned increases so that we can have stability in all of our services.
I understand. What I'm saying is that you can't say we basically never paid anyone and gave them 0% raises forever, so now when we go 3%, it's meaningful, or 7%. Like, the fact that it was so bad isn't an excuse for the present or to justify that's enough. And frankly, the city just balanced the city budget on the backs of the schools for many years. I think you had to make changes, but it's become so conservative and it's generated so much cash and restrained so much spending on core services that it's like a zombie of its own making. You can't justify certifying another $8 million of free cash in November when you just made these cuts. You can't justify socking away $800,000 in an insurance account for needs that we may or may not be able to access when kids don't have resources now. That's the problem. It's become too conservative. It's become so fiscally conservative, it's socially irresponsible. And these percentages are often just meaningless. Like, we could say that the school committee and the city council and the mayor got the largest raise in 100 years. It's probably true, maybe even longer. It doesn't really mean anything in the overall sense of the budget, just like when people say 14% staff increases when they're talking about $2 an hour increases for janitors. Like, these percentages are completely obfuscating. And what I'm saying is we need a value-based budgeting process that looks at what our actual needs are. We need operational audits of all the city departments, and we need real information to make choices, because right now, no one's making choices except by following the same plan, no matter what anyone says. And it became increasingly clear during this last budget cycle that this body actually has no power to do anything in that process. And it's increasingly clear the city council has very little power, and they didn't want to even take what they could have. So we're begging you.
This feels like this is getting way off the topic of the strategic plan. I understand you have a lot to say about the fiscal stability plan and the piece of where the strategic plan fits within the fiscal stability plan, but this feels like this is getting way off the topic that's on the agenda.
What was the point of order you were referencing?
You're straying pretty far from the agenda.
But what's the point? We don't have a rule or a Robert's rule regarding how the agenda gets mapped. And the chair's deciding to have the engagement and she runs the meeting. So I'm wondering what the
So
point
perhaps this
is.
is for both, but this feels like this has strayed way off the agenda item that the public can expect us to discuss tonight.
Just that there are several other members
There are other
waiting
members.
to be heard.
The chair is welcome to recognize them.
Okay. Member Davis.
Thank you. And we also said we would try to be brief, so I will try to be brief. So my understanding, so I have some points of clarification too, I guess. My understanding is that we would be possibly voting on this document and seeing it as, Dr. Bonner used the word, this is like the skeleton that we would build from or go from or move forward from. So I want to clarify that this is totally not the whole thing. This is a starting place. So I want to clarify that. I want to thank you for, I know that there was a great deal of time and analysis, whether it was sufficient or not. I know that a great deal of time went into this. I'm wondering, for the working groups that you referenced that would build on these pieces, who does that? Is that the same groups of people that were on the initial committee? And if that's the case, quite a number of them are no longer with the district. And so I was wondering how that gets filled in, or is that us, or is that all new people? So that was my one question. So should I
No, that's
pause? Okay.
great.
I have a couple.
Okay, let's start with that one first.
Okay.
Before my retention is. So, excellent question. So the work groups would be made up of maybe some members from this, but not necessarily all. So the working groups, so for instance, let's talk about the one that's focusing on ELA and math. So you might have separate groups, one focusing solely on the reading component, and that I would ask the director of curriculum and instruction to really be the facilitator, but the makeup of that group would be a conversation in terms of, and I've actually spoken to Gwen, member of AGNA, about how to roll this out in terms of those groups. And so it would be an open invitation, but you have to realize that you can't get a lot of work done when you have 100 people in the room. It has to be done in such a way that, yes, you still have voice, but it has to be amenable to getting the desired result. And so, so with that makeup, not only would I recommend our reading coaches, our reading interventionists to be a part of those conversations, and some grade teachers being a part of those conversations, caregivers being a part of those conversations, CPAC members being a part of that, LPAC members being a part of that. So there will be an open opportunity. So if you felt slighted from not being at the table in the planning team, there's another opportunity again to have your voice heard. The first opportunity for community to have input was the survey. So 360 plus people took that opportunity and had their voices heard. And so the next step is the opportunity to be a part of some of these work groups. And they'll be facilitated by different people. And as long as we have members from each stakeholder group represented in some way.
Thank you. The next thought I had is, it wasn't a question, it was just a comment. The idea about wraparound services is really a compelling and important one. Pretty complicated, I think, but it was mentioned at an elementary level, and I know that what I'm gonna say, adds to the complication, but I would encourage, if we were gonna do that, at all levels, would be useful, middle school, high school. Again, not a tidy, small ask, but really compelling and important, I think. Also, even though I would agree that I think it's objective 3, the one about nutrition, looks sort of skimpiest as far as the number of sentences and things. I mean, the kids that came and spoke here spoke passionately, the Green New Deal students spoke passionately about, that's one of their points, is nutrition and local food and all of that stuff. And also, I would say, for many children, that's their most nutritious meal of the day. So, or if, and included if it's breakfast. So I don't perceive that as a cute add-on. I think that that's a very important thing for this. We're envisioning, then we're envisioning, you know, so that's all I have for right now. Thank you.
Okay, Member Miller.
I just have
I can't hear members Miller at all.
Margaret.
Oh, sorry. A group looking at class size. I couldn't see, I'm
That's a
sorry.
part of the
I don't know which
enrollment.
objective,
That
but
was, yes. So that's a part of enrollment conversation, and that is in the objectives. So do you want to make sure it's included? It is
absolutely, and my concern is, I don't know, it mentioned something about target class size. I don't know what that target is, because I may not agree with what the target is.
That's for
Because,
the working group to determine, and it might be different at different levels.
so, my concern is that class sizes are excessive at the grade school level and also at the high school level. I will confess I'm not as familiar with the middle school class sizes, but I am personally dismayed by the class sizes at the grade school level, especially grade 2, at Bridge Street and Jackson Street, as well as the high school classes where they can't even fit into the seats. So those are my biggest concerns. Thank you.
Member LaBounty.
I'm short, so I can't, yeah. So I have a couple of questions and then some general comments. I'm going to try to go in order, sort of the objectives to keep my thinking straight. On objective 1, I was a little concerned about the time frame. It said 12/24 to come up with a plan that would be inclusive of the investigation of the school consolidation. If the working groups are just getting put together in October, November, I'm not sure that time frame's going to work to have that investigation done, or maybe that's not what's meant by that, but. Okay.
Clarify that.
Okay.
So there's different components in that large initiative. And so I know that in terms of the city is far ahead in terms of their planning for net carbon emissions, and the CAPA director, and I know that there was a transition with that, but we had one person and then the new person came in and pretty much took over that conversation. There's a component on the city side that will have more information in terms of what facilities can be overturned faster than what we can, like what can be recommended.
I'm so sorry, Superintendent, to interrupt. I can't hear you when you turn away from your mic.
Sorry. I'm used to talking to people face to face. So that is a deadline that he shared. So that's a component, but that has nothing to do with, that's there's a separate group that will be then looking at, okay, so now we know what buildings can move in that direction, and to talk about, okay, so next steps, what buildings do we prioritize in terms of keeping it running, upgrading, and, you know, all of any capital projects that might be in alignment with that. And that was a question the other evening on the budget and property. And then there'll be another working group in terms of what the actual model of grade configuration will look like. And this is for the working group to decide, you know, in terms of, do we keep and maintain 6 buildings? If we do, then what are we gonna need to maintain those 6 buildings? If we are looking at merging a couple of buildings, what is that gonna look like? What's the grade configuration? The number of students, you know, so there's a lot of conversations around that. And then, and educationally, you have to look at the changes from that model. So even though you have, you know, middle school and a K through 8 school, different philosophies and different needs. So those are the kinds of conversations that the work group would begin to have around that. And those work groups bring recommendations, conversations. So those recommendations will come back to this body. So which direction do you want us to move? So this document is a living document, meaning that, yes, this is the framework, the skeleton, but each year we have like a set of action plans that we're actually going to be focusing in on. And there's always those check-ins. And then we look at next year in terms of next steps. Okay, so we've gotten here, what's the next step that we
My only concern is I didn't want it to look like failure if you had set a date to say that this was going to be, this investigation was going to be complete. So it sounds like there's the first step, perhaps. Okay. And so I don't know if that may want to be, you know, how it looks, or how it's written, that ultimately we want to put that in there somehow, just to clarify that. An objective number 2, I think I also had some, you know, thoughts about is in terms of having a budget on things by the end of the year. That seemed not that realistic to me. I think also my concern is that the overall sort of philosophy about some of these things, that I feel like I like what the strategic plan is hoping for, but it feels that our budget's not going to allow for any of this to really happen. And that's my concern, is that I think they're great ideas, but what I would have liked to see is what's the glide path to getting there, because I don't see how we can get there with the budget that we have, the way that it's laid out. So it doesn't look possible. So I think, you know, having some kind of glide path that says, yeah, we're not going to get here until we have the budget of this or something, because I think that's, I don't think a strategic plan should just be the wish list, right? It's also the path.
So Carrie, again, to speak to the question that was asked, the action plan is the glide path. And so in that action plan, there will be identification of what is this going to cost. So for instance, if we do a class size study and we hit a target of 15 kids in kindergarten, that's going to be a cost that we have to figure out. And also having enough classrooms to provide that. So that's what the working group will begin to work out for us. And so then that will inform what I bring to you all in terms of a budget. Okay, this is it. This is what we're requesting in order to meet these targets. And that is then, if it's not affordable for us, or if there's something that is determined then, not now. To negate or to say that this is a wish list, high pie in the sky kind of thing, some of these things are not, and some of these things are not necessarily cost. Some of these things are switching out our mindsets and how we're doing things. So like, for instance, I'll use the food service program. So there are things that the food service program is doing that the community doesn't know. And so right away, you know, having a conversation with our coordinator of the nutrition program, Ms. Hannah, she's already said, well, we're doing that. And I said, so our thing then is that we need marketing and branding. How can we get that information out there? You know, how can you share with your caregivers that, yeah, we are providing local resources from some of the surrounding farms. And yes, we are providing alternatives to those diverse diets. So there's things that, you know, and then there's some things that maybe that we're not doing that we can now do new. So those are things that could be done internally. So the same with our reading and our math. We've already made the big move about changing our curriculum. So now, how do we make sure that that's being implemented with fidelity and making our students? So there are things that can be done that may not necessarily be costly or more cost, but it's how we're using our resources that we currently.
And then I was, and maybe this isn't a question that needs to be answered right now, but I do want to know, like, how will the enrollment projections be made? And what are the evidence-based practices, or is that something that's going to be investigated, the evidence-based practices to mitigate enrollment? Now, so if we're investigating them, I understand we don't have them now. So there's that. But I'm wondering how we're going to make those enrollment projections and what are we using to do that?
Okay, so actually, this was something that was requested back when I first came in. And Bobby has already done some research on some things that I suggested. So for instance, we're members of New England School, get this up, Council, NEASC is what it's called. No, not NEASC, NESDEC. Sorry, I had to get there. Too many acronyms. And so part of our membership is that they actually will do 5-year projections. The other suggestion was that there was a resource that was used a few years ago that did a study for us in terms of salary comparables, but they also do other studies, so they could do the projection. Then also Carolyn Mish, who is our Planning and Sustainability Director, she's probably hearing her name quite a bit tonight, but she also has some demographic information that we can use to make those projections. We would have to look at birth rates and so on. The members of the community who are at the age of childbearing, you know, make those projections. But so we are looking at those resources to be able to use that as a tool. And remember, it's projections, so it's not necessarily always accurate.
Absolutely.
Okay, Emily, did you hear that? Because I know I was turning my head. Sorry. I think so.
I heard 85% of it. And of course, it's not just me who can't hear, it's everybody on Zoom and everybody watching on TV too.
I understand. I understand.
Yeah, thanks.
Okay, and on objective 4, sort of into 5, about the restorative practices, the feedback that I've gotten is that it's unclear if it's the rollout or the process, but that it's not necessarily the most popular plan right now, that in terms of the ability or say interest, that's not quite right, to be able to implement the restorative practices the way that they, I think, would have to be to actually meet any of these goals. So I guess for them to work, they have to buy in. You have to buy into the process, and you have to feel that you have the support to do it, because it's actually quite complex to do restorative practices. And so I guess I just want to make sure that however that is is implemented, that we really have the buy-in of everyone, and that we find ways to really come together on that, because it is important, but it's not easy. And so I bring that because some of the feedback that I've heard is that it's not as supported, but I think there's a number of reasons for that, and I don't think I know all those reasons, so I don't want to state that. I guess I'm just saying it in a broad brush kind of way. So I feel like there's some investigation that needs to happen around that, so that we do it right and make sure that we get the product that we are looking for. So I put that out there because I don't know all the details, but
I would like to respond to that. So restorative practice is something that was actually used in the district prior to me coming. It was something maybe even before the pandemic, where there were certain staff members who actually received that training. And then also we have a youth group who are pretty much leading the way in the district in terms of those restorative
attending.
circles, which is a part of restorative practice. It's just one piece to that. And so last year, we invested in about 20-some staff members to be trained in restorative practices, and there's 3 tiers to it. And so we actually have a plan, a guideline plan of rolling out, and we're not expecting everyone to buy in. A matter of fact, in order to participate, you really have to be a willing participant for it. But there are ways in which you can utilize that in your instruction, in your community building, in your classroom management. There's multiple uses for this. And it's also useful when you have the training to use it for conflict resolution, to repair harm. And we have some people who are very, very skilled in doing this and have been using these practices. And so, and I hear you with anything, you would like to get 100% buy-in, but there's always a stalemate there. And so we hope that their colleagues will encourage them to kind of roll over and do that. But we do have a guide rolled out, and that guide was actually created between our YEA group as well as our the staff that were trained. And we have benchmarks that we've set for ourselves for the next 3 years as this is being rolled out. And it's not a one-shot training. So that's the other thing, is that we have a habit of doing professional development, one-shot professional developments, and then leave it. But this is something that is actually embraced in your anti-discrimination policy. It's in your code of conduct. It's all over the place. And so for us not to be trained in it is just, so we're taking a step back and we're starting from scratch. And so I hope that you will see that difference as we continue through this year, as we train more and more staff. And you're right, maybe not 100% embracing that, but that's for anything. Sure. But when you said that it's difficult, it's interesting that you use that word, it's a hard thing. It's a hard thing because anyone who's involved in it and who's participating within the circles, you have to show your vulnerability, and that's what's hard. So, but it is a process that, as I said, our students are kind of guiding us right now through that. They actually did a presentation for us at Convocation. They were outstanding. And so, and I know that they're going to be continuing with that work. They do work with a community organization, and they did several circles last year, and they will, I believe that they're planning some for this year. I just asked them not to put them on Thursday nights, because we missed quite a few of those. And it's just a great opportunity to use another skill set to really tap into some of the root causes or some of the concerns, or even to have conversations, the hard conversations. We talked about the isms at the beginning, the anti-Semitism and so on, having those hard conversations for those who are willing to be in that circle.
Oh, I'm pro. I just want to make sure.
Oh,
that,
no.
Yeah,
But I hear
that we do our best to lift it up in a way that works. I also had a question. I'm sorry if this is a little specific. It said about on 625 there would be the data and support teams. I guess I was thinking about what Sharon Deal said about the amount of time that she put in on that was sort of unpaid. So I've wondered how we were going to support that work if we were looking to have it done by 6:25. Like, do we have the budget for that? Or what were we expecting? And it's just something to think about because of the date and budget-wise. I just want to make sure we were going to.
So I was brave enough to put that date because some of the data teams already exist.
Okay.
But they're not fluid through all the schools. And that's what we're going to be working on. And then there's not one at the district level. We talk about data, but we don't, it's not like a total focus for us. And that data team should be not just composed of administrators, but it should be a school psychologist, your reading coach, and so on, because you're looking at different data. And it depends on what data you're looking at, but you should have stakeholders or key constituents that can chime in. So the data teams that currently exist, so for instance, at the elementary school, there are a body of teachers who meet to talk about student needs, those who might be at risk, who may be entering tier 2 or tier 3 interventions, and checking in on where or how they're progressing.
So that doesn't feel like it would require anything different?
No,
from
because they
budget-wise?
do it during their team meetings, that's middle school, but they also do it, there's a time set aside where the school psychologist works and pretty much runs that. And each school does it differently, which is another thing. So
Yeah.
again, the fidelity and making sure that not only are you talking about the student, but you're checking in on those interventions after they've been applied to make sure that they are actually working, or do you need to shift those interventions?
And I'm going to put a plug in as you're talking about the wraparound and after school, that you also consider the before school time. At least has that before. And I didn't see the before school, I saw the after school, so I just wanted to put a plug in for that for those parents that have to go early.
Okay.
And I think the other thing that I also wanted to know was how are the stakeholder, you answered it, how are the stakeholder groups going to be made? And I do think that it really behooves us to be really transparent all along the way, to just make it very clear about how we're doing each step, that, because there's no secrets here. And it shouldn't feel like there are, right?
Mm-hmm.
So we really want to make sure that people feel like they have a voice, however that is. Because you're right, 100 people doesn't get anything done, but how do you really give someone voice in that circumstance? So, and just, I think it's by setting the tone, setting the expectations, and being really clear, and then updating, and whether it's member signs and minutes, or whatever it is that we can do to make sure that it's really clear, I think we need to do it. So I just want to put in a plug for that, because I think it's
Member Gazy.
So I think there needs to be some kind of statement. I would like to see some kind of statement about working groups, the composition and the recruitment of them, that although because this is the skeleton, they will be determining how to flesh it out. And I think that much like when you went to the LPAC to talk them through, that you could make similar presentations to, for instance, the CPAC, the LPAC, and students. I really believe that it is important to get student voice in here, especially on, well, I think they could give you a lot of information about the food, but about all the social emotional stuff, the restorative practices, also the Green New Deal groups, I think would be important to involve and make them feel. So there might be a little dog and pony show that goes out to reach out to these groups and sort of explain what we're trying to do and ask for people that go, because I think just not everybody listens to school committee. Not everybody, reads Parent Square, but you've got a captive audience of students, and I'm sure that places like the LPAC and the CPAC would be delighted to give you time to recruit.
Thank you, Member Gazy. I just want to point out, I have one of the teachers at the high school has 9 students who are waiting for you all to approve this because they want to be a part of the zero, the net zero carbonization.
Yeah.
They're just waiting. They're like, oh, what is that?
Yeah.
They're waiting.
That's all, that's everything you have?
That's what I had to say.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry, a lot of my questions were answered and some of my comments were already made. I agree with Member LaBounty about the funding. Seems like the entire time I was reading this, I thought, how are we gonna do this? Similar question about target class size. Member Miller had, that to me is super important. And then that number 2-3, convening enrollment working group, I felt like in a lot of ways, all those things needed to be answered before we did other things. Whether it's consolidation or begin to have an IB program or have a dual language program, I actually don't know the answer. But that to me seemed like it needed to be urgent. So that's all true. And then my other comment, I guess, is one of my major concern is, and I'm sorry I'm not gonna be that articulate, is that I'm concerned that, even though I like a lot of this, I really do, and I appreciate the 22 people who worked on this, I'm concerned about the buy-in in the community. And I am concerned about that, because I think we have to move forward. We have a lot of work to do, a lot of really important work to do, whether it's reading and math and restorative practices and figuring out how to best serve our students. Our community is really divided. It's really divided, and we need to move forward, and I actually have no idea how to do that. I think transparency, as a couple people said, I don't think anyone's intentionally being, covering anything up. Don't. But I think the more transparent, the more inclusive, we have to figure something out. We have really good people on, and they're not two sides. There's so many sides of all these issues. We have to figure out a way to come together, because this work is so important for this district. We're losing 7% of our students. We were doing that before this past year. Like this past 5 years, right? We have really amazing teachers. We have amazing parents and families and, community members and people who have no kids involved in the schools who want to do something. And how can we harness that energy and that passion and come together? So I like this a lot. I have some concerns about it, but I have concerns about everything. But my real worry is we have to have everyone come together on board and buy into this. So that's my kind of overall very inarticulate comment. And my second inarticulate comment is going to be, I actually wish, I know we have members here on this, but I really do wish I had heard, or we had heard, from some of the specific members about, like, I'm just Sam Hopper, for example. She's the one who, like, where are you right now on this? Like, I wish I had heard a little bit about that, because I know there was a turnover in the 22 people. And so the people who left, like, Chris McHugh, what do you, like, I'd like to know that. So those are my musings, and that's all. So you don't have to comment, it's just my own comments. Thank you.
Or Agna, that's I'm going to go to Member Agna.
So I'm speaking as a member of the committee. And I agree with you that voices of those of us who were on it would be important to broadcast at some point. I was struck from the beginning about the challenge that we were undertaking, given the stuff that was going on around the budget and the concerns that people had about how we were going to fund things in the schools and therefore how we going forward with a strategic plan. But I was also encouraged by the energy that was there in the committee team, I guess it is, that we had these long meetings, 3 hours at a time, that slowly over time became these very action-oriented, very engaged, very energized times together. And I think that we can build on that. I think the Dog and Pony Show, this sort of going forward, now we have something to share with the community, that we need to be more transparent or being more informative. I think we started in January, so it's not been that long. And one thing I was really struck by was the comments that we got, or the answers to the questions that psychometrically, I don't know that we got a good sample, but we got a lot of people answering, and we got a lot of very meaty answers in those questions that clearly showed an investment in our schools and an investment in our city. I think that both things were happening at the same time, that people were very committed to thinking that we could do something in our city. And I also was struck by, and having been a member of an employee of the school department for a long time, is that it's very challenging to get people to know what happens in schools. And many of the answers that people gave were answers that were based on their experience or I guess some rumors or gossip about what was happening in the schools. But I thought this is an opportunity for us as a district and as a city to really showcase what goes on in our schools, that we have tremendous amount of things that are great to celebrate in our schools. In spite of the fact that we have some fiscal challenges, we also have we have amazing professionals doing the work, and we have amazing families doing the work and committed to public schools, and our students. The student voice was there in the answers. We had a lot of answers from students who did join in, and they were very energized and responsible for being a part of the survey, the original survey. So I guess being a part of it, I feel lucky that I was a part of it, that I have a perspective that was a part of it, that I feel that there is an energy and there was a commitment to doing this original work that was just for 6 months, that we're beginning, and that there's a real potential for this to be a good thing for our city, given the fact that we do have some divisions and do have disagreements, and we do have a fiscal stability plan that we are operating within at this point. And I guess my last comment is, there were two objectives that I was very invested in. The one about just trying to find now, the improving ELA and math outcomes for English learners and disabilities and low income. I think that's a chronic situation that we're in, and I appreciated what Sharon Deal said tonight, that she has worked hard, and many, many, many educators in our district have worked very hard to try to elevate and bring up the achievement of our students who have these high needs and have risk factors that are very difficult to eliminate, because we have a very unjust society that they come from. But I do think that having it as an objective is really critical for all of us. That's our responsibility right now. And whether it means we measure their achievement by MCAS, or we also do more formative assessments and ways that teachers can do the assessments, I think that that's going to be something that we really have to commit to. And I also think it's really important to recognize that there is so much going on in our schools that we need to celebrate, that there are a lot of professionals that are differentiating, that are understanding learning needs, that are understanding their responsibilities to try to support students who come from challenging backgrounds. And so I hope at the same time that when we do this plan, we also recognize the strengths. And lastly, I will say, Objective 5 is really near and dear to my heart, because I think we have not come to grips with the effects of the pandemic. And I've been reading a lot of research that's attempting to understand that at this point. And it's much bigger than I think some of the people who are in charge of education, like DESE, are understanding. And I think that for us to strengthen the sense of connection and belonging experienced by students, staff, and caregivers is a really critical piece, because I think there's so much alienation and so much concern and depression and anxiety that's not just for students, but it's also on the part of the adults who are still experiencing the after effects of this tremendous situation that we found ourselves in 4 years ago that continued. And I'm really hopeful that we can do that dog and pony show, and that we can enlist the community in this, because it's what we have to do right now that I think will bring many of the concerns that people have that seem so disparate and so in such disagreement, that we can bring ourselves together better. Thank you.
Okay, Member Davis, have you spoken yet? I can't recall.
I did.
You did? Okay, so there's nobody who has not spoken once, right? Okay, Member Seraphy Cox, I will come back around to you.
Sorry, I thought Member Davis and Member Miller had not come yet. My apologies. Let me get back to my spot with light. Okay, so I have a motion. Let's see if there's any questions that were in there. I think I'll just go ahead and make the motion, and I also can write out the motion. I just have it written in my notebook, in the chat, but I don't know, maybe it's disabled. Okay, so I would make a motion to approve the skeleton of the strategic plan with the following edits.
Emily, you broke up. Can you
that
you approve the what?
Skeleton.
Skeleton. Yep. With the following edits. For objective number 1.
Emily, you are freezing a little bit. Could you turn off your camera and try?
Sure. I think that I moved away from my hotspot. My apologies. I am traveling for business and don't have all of my accoutrement. Okay, so for objective number 1, that the outcome number 1 is be convened by December 2024. So just add the word convened.
Convened by?
Convene.
Yes. For objective number 2, that it be reworded to say that the objective is develop a NPS budget and budget process that meets the needs of our students and district goals.
Emily, can you say that one more time?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yep. Develop a NPS budget process, budget and budget process that meets the needs of our students and district goals. And take out the reference to fiscal stability plan in Initiative 1. Initiative 2, add approved by the school committee, or, recommendation to the school committee. Sorry, I was still working on language.
This is all going to be given back to the school committee, so.
Okay, well then I'll take out that piece about initiative number 2.
Okay.
And there's one other, add reference to multi-year budgeting. That's something that we've talked a lot about. And I'm talking about in the objective number 2, add multi-year budgeting. Objective number 3, that there should be a reference that objective number 3 should align with the net zero carbon emissions goal. Objective number 4 is to add the specificity around grade level that I had suggested before. And objective number 5 is to add the Green River Report Study Group, as I suggested before.
Member Stein, I just want to quickly, that first one, objective 1, I just want to make sure that I put this in the right place. You said committee convened by?
You said member Stein, but I think you meant member
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm drifting.
I recognize that.
I'm sorry, Member Seraphy Cox. Can you, objective 1?
Yes.
You.
In expected outcomes.
Okay. And
number 1.
Number 1, and you said?
That it is convened by December 2024.
Okay.
Because that's what I heard you articulate, Dr. Bunner.
Okay.
They convened by, but not. We have to. That was the urgency.
That was the urgency.
The convening would, I think, the developing a plan. I mean, I'm saying that, Member Seraphy.
I can't hear you.
Okay, sorry, Member Seraphy Cox, just having been on the committee with our CAPA person, the climate person. There's some urgency
There
about
is
that.
urgency, but I would make a suggestion that in number 1, that second piece, including investigation of school consolidation, I would make that a number 2 and take out the word including. Because that's a separate group that will be working on that. See my rationale there?
Can you say it one more time?
Yes, so the second half of expected outcomes, number 1, where it says including investigation of school consolidation as well as consideration of users' well-being and so on, actually have that to be a separate outcome because it will be a separate body working on that. And so I won't say including, so I would just say 2, and then the number 2 would be number 3.
And Murphy Cox, when you said add Green River report, what do you mean? I wasn't quite sure what you meant there.
The Green River
What do you mean by
report
add
study
it?
group,
Yeah. Where to add it? Yeah.
that it needs to be added to objective 5 as one of the initiatives.
Well, it's actually, the report is data that's been done, that's completed with the discussions and comments. And so my suggestion is that that is a resource to that working group that's actually working on this problem or this particular objective.
So the school committee voted maybe about a year ago. I don't remember when.
It's more than that because it was before my time.
Touche. We voted to convene a study group to review the report and make recommendations based on the report. So that is what I am bringing in here because we already voted on it and allocated funds for it. And those funds were not utilized and the study group did not happen. So,
Do you want
so
to add
I'm just
to the
saying that
initiative?
since it is something we passed, it should be one of the initiatives.
Like review, sorry, I'm jumping. Point of information. Like review the Green River, like under key initiatives, number 4, review and implement findings or recommendations from the Green River report.
Point of information, I think what Member Seraphy Cox is saying is that the school committee already voted to do this work, appropriated money for it, and appointed head liaison to facilitate it with a stipend, teacher by the name of Lena Patel. We still expect that to happen because that was a vote of the body. And she's saying it should go in here. Her modification, if I'm understanding her correctly, is that that needs to be added to here as something that's going to happen. I think that's what I'm hearing.
Yeah. So the motion that was made at that meeting, which I'm sure we can find, I'm pretty sure that those minutes have been approved, that, we can use the wording from that motion to implement that plan.
Homework for you.
Cassie, I think it was either May or June of 2023.
Yes.
No, you don't have to pull that up now. We'll get it.
Is that the end of your motion?
Are you done, Member
It is.
Seraphy Cox?
Yes. Sorry.
Second.
Member Stein. Is there anything else you want to add or that you just wanted to make that motion, Member Seraphy Cox? Are you good? Can move on.
I made the motion, yes, multi-year budgeting. will be aligned with net zero for objective 3 is to put it in alignment also with the, Green New Deal for schools as well. Like, that's why I thought of it. Around the food stuff that somebody referenced earlier. Cool, thank you.
Okay. Member Hennessy. Your hand is up.
Well, I have a question, actually, so that works out well. This is just a point of, like, I recognize that objective 4.
I can't hear.
Sorry, it's my fault. I see that objective 4, initiative 4 and 5 are the same as objective 5, initiative 1 and 2.
Yeah.
And I get it. I get why. Do we have to, it's fine, it's like that.
I just want
Great.
people to realize that.
Wonderful. That's it.
Connects.
That was a question.
Okay.
Fine.
Okay, so Member Miller.
I had also some comments that go under objective 5. I know this work has already begun, but I would like something in there that discusses not just, that addresses education, training, and discussions about hate speech and hate symbols in the schools. And that includes all the isms. So anti-Semitism, anti-Islamism, any kind of hate speech or expression for any group, whether it's racism, classism, anything. I want that to be addressed under objective 5 because that is one thing that is getting in the way of giving certain members of the community, students, caregivers, faculty, staff, that gets in the way of there being a sense of connection and belonging. We've heard even tonight from students and others about how anti-whatever it is hurting people. And I think it needs to be specifically named under objective 5.
Okay, Member Stein.
I appreciate my colleagues also pointing out the difficulty of trying to achieve any of these goals with the idea that we're not going to have any budget resources to do so. The comparison to Amherst that the mayor asked me about made me think a little bit more about that. And I think it's important we have reference here. We heard about the 3% pass that they were charged with. But when I look at the two towns, in 2023, Amherst had $4.8 million in special purpose stabilization funds. Northampton had $27 million. That year, Amherst generated $9.3 million in $9 million in free cash. Northampton generated $13 million. Amherst had an undesignated fund balance of $11.4 million. Northampton had one of $15.4 million. One of the things that was interesting when Director Nardi visited the Budget and Property Subcommittee was that she finally told us what she thought was a meaningful statistic to compare districts across, and she said net school spending. When we look at Amherst, and if you look at the DESI site, they give you numbers for 2020. In 2020, Amherst was spending 204%. Northampton was spending 135%. And the difference of per pupil there is $15,929 on our side versus $24,212 on the Amherst side. In 2022, they don't have the NSS, the net school spending numbers, but it had gone up to 27,000 and change in Amherst and to 18,000 change here. It's significantly different. In 2020 and 2021, the average salary in Amherst was, for a teacher, was $83,719. In Northampton, it was $70,607. So by any metric, we are generating more cash, have more reserves, and are spending less money. So if net school spending is the meaningful comparator, according to Director Nardi, and we want to compare ourselves to Amherst, we're way off. And I know we've come up a little bit. I think we're at about 140, 145% net school spending. I think Amherst is somewhere between 220 and 230. If we want to compare ourselves to Amherst, let's compare ourselves to Amherst. We need to have real conversation about what resources we're going to devote and what outcomes we think we're going to get. And this plan is the place in which to do that. So I welcome these conversations, but I think we need to be a little more honest about what the comparison points are and what the cities look like and where cities are prioritizing their spending or their savings and what things they value. They're also a very high tax district, even more than us often. So I think that should cause everyone here watching in the room some pause about hearing why we can't do things, but other municipalities, ones that we really compare ourselves to, and the mayor did tonight, seemingly can. So I hope we can get some serious revisions to this document and this working group. I appreciate Member Seraphy Cox's changes to this. I think eliminating that framework of the fiscal stability plan opens up new possibilities for actually exploring things and making different plans. And I hope, and I appreciate my colleagues mentioning that we really need increased transparency around these working groups. And maybe that can be a path forward for us to really explore what it would take and what it would look like to deliver on some of the aspirations that are in this document.
Member Agnew?
I don't know if it's a friendly amendment to Member Seraphy Cox. I'm just concerned that if we move to convene versus develop, and that's, I know it's a little bit of language here, but it is the fact that I think, given the urgency for next year, as far as the challenges around class size and everything else that we've been challenged with this year, that if we only convene a group.
I hate to interrupt you, Member Agnew. Sure, that sounds fine. I just thought that I was reflecting what the superintendent was trying to say. That was all. So if it shouldn't be convened, if it should say the way that it is, that's fine.
Thank you. Okay. I mean, I'm sorry that I misunderstood where you were coming from. That you were supporting the leadership here. So thank you, Member Seraphy Cox. If we could go back to then we'll develop a plan rather than convene a group by.
I got you.
Okay.
All right.
Thank you, Member Seraphy Cox. And again, thank you for helping us with this and wordsmithing it all and adding things.
Member Hennessy.
Yeah, I have a question. Member Seraphy Cox, did you have a change to Objective 2, Initiative 2? I thought I heard it and then I missed it. Develop a sustainable plan to achieve and maintain target class size.
Oh, yeah, I had suggested that we add reference that the target class size would be approved by the school committee, and
then I heard that. Yep. Okay, thank you.
But Dr. Bonner had said that the entire thing is going to be approved by the school committee. And Dr. Bonner, I guess that does beg the question, how will it, like, especially for instance, the target class size, how will that come back to us? And will it come back to us in time for budget considerations especially?
Okay, so that working group will give recommendations using a logic model. And so that's what I will bring to you. I can't, right now, I have to start thinking about the timeframes and making sure things are initiated so that we will have this conversation in time for budgeting.
Yeah.
And it may not, I mean, we would like for it to be in time for this budget year, but if, in reality, it may not be ready until next year, but you also, this is a negotiation year, so you don't know
Yeah.
what's gonna come from that as well.
A negotiation for the class sizes.
No, negotiation, for union contract.
Well, yeah, that's the previous one. We're talking about number 2. But, we're talking about initiative number 2.
I know, but that, a part of that will, I'm sure, they're combined in terms of, I know you're
They
just
influence
focusing
each
on the
other.
salary, but
Gotcha.
they influence each other, and matter of fact, there's
Yes.
language already in the current contract that says that, you know, that the district will try to reach a target class size of 25. So that language is there already, so that's why I was saying that.
Yeah, gotcha. Then I guess I would be open to, if members want me to put back in the language about approval by the school committee, I would be happy to do that.
Doesn't matter, I mean, the whole thing's covered. Semantics. I'm gonna put it back in.
Yeah, make sure you can hear me, Member Seraphy Cox. I have a process suggestion, because this was a lot of amendments, and I want to give them their due. I have my notes, but I'm wondering about maybe taking a recess and then coming back and considering, rather than considering everything all together, if we could consider line by line, and I'm sorry, I know it's late in a long meeting, but I know how important this is. I really want to be able to consider them rather than as a package. Would you be open to that, Member Seraphy Cox?
I would definitely be open to writing, like taking a recess and writing them out so that folks can know what they're voting on.
Are they already written in board docs? Or no? But
Yeah,
not
but-
the motion, is it in board docs? No?
No.
Okay.
Okay. So yeah, I can make, I can, during the recess, I can write out those changes. My preference would be to vote for it all together, because to me, they are, they also kind of go together in the sense of, if we don't change objective 2, then many of the other changes and many of the other objectives don't, like I would suggest completely further changes to the other objectives if we're leaving objective 2 as it is. So I don't think they can be line by line for that reason. But obviously, you can, suggest amendments.
Right, of course, yeah, I was just asking, and I totally hear your reasoning, and maybe I just need to see it in writing.
Okay. So.
Cool, but thanks for the suggestion for the recess, for sure.
So a 10-minute recess? Who's going to be typing this up?
I can do that.
You can do that? Is 10 minutes enough or no?
Yeah, makes sense.
Okay. So we'll be back around 10:31. Okay, we are back, and Member Seraphy Cox, how you doing? Okay.
I'm good. I just need to add one small thing and then add y'all. I created a Google Doc, and I can also share it on the screen. So if anybody else has anything else to say, to, utilize 45 seconds.
Okay. Sorry, what did you say, Cassie? If you're putting it in a Google Doc. If you email it to Cassie, she could put it into Board Docs as well. Okay. Got the email?
I was muted. I'm sorry. I was telling Cassie that I sent it to her.
Yes, she just said that she got it. Okay, so we should access it in Board Docs?
Yeah, that's okay.
Fine by me.
Sorry, Cassie, that the one part under objective 2, part of it disappeared. Let me put it back in.
Yeah, where
did you drop it?
Yeah, where would we find it in?
Go to this agenda item.
Yep.
It should be there under public content.
I have the original one, but I've got nothing.
Yeah.
Within the hour.
That's what they're
Cassie,
asking.
can you just
I don't
send to
know.
us?
I'm going to share Emily's document.
I don't see it.
you have to reload, maybe?
Uh-huh, that's what I was wondering.
Oh, it's not real. Guys, real. Hey guys, I'm sending Emily's thing by email.
Oh, I see it if you hit the refresh.
No.
Should I not share the Word doc then?
No, it's all good, Em.
I don't, but where would we?
And I
Sorry, I didn't hear what Cassie said. Should I share the Word doc or not?
So I shared your email to the document.
Now.
Can one of the members tell me what Cassie said? I could not hear her.
She's
Cassie, your microphone.
she's shared it by email.
Emily, I shared it by email too. Everything's good.
Okay, so I don't need
You can
to share
chill.
this.
Yep.
Okay, got it.
I think. I'm not sure, and I'm looking. Oh, here.
Great.
No.
Got it? Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Member Seraphy Cox. This is great.
No,
thought there was.
Oh,
Oh, about,
Objective 2.
I have a, Emily, weren't we thinking about putting in objective 1, just moving, I think it was the superintendent's suggestion of putting the part with the school consolidation as like a separate number?
Yes, you're right.
Okay.
Do I need to add that to my motion?
No, I think it was
think it's
in
the
your
motion,
motion.
It's just not in the
It was in
document.
the original motion, it's not in your document.
Well, Cassie is in charge of the motion documentation now, right? Because we're not using, you can add it, because yes, that should be a part of it.
Yeah.
So under objective 1, under the expected outcomes, it's actually going to be 3 now instead of 2. Very first one, the second half of that where it says including investigation, we made that number 2. We changed the wording, working group investigation of consolidation.
Are we changing it?
But I have it.
Okay, so we're not,
That was the
okay. All right, any, now that this is in front of everyone, any further discussion? Okay. Cassie, are you able to do a roll call?
I am. Let's see, we're on.
There was a motion and a second, right?
Yes.
Yeah, I have that. Member Hennessy,
Get back to me, I'm sorry.
Member Miller,
Can you come around to me again?
Member LaBounty,
Yes.
Member Agna,
Yes.
Member Davis,
Yes.
Member Mayor Shara,
Yes.
Member Gacy,
Yes.
Member Foster Cannon,
Yes.
Member Seraphy Cox,
Yes.
Member Stein.
Yes.
Okay. Oh, oops. Member Hennessy,
Yes.
Member Miller.
Yes.
Okay. Great, thank you for that. Okay.
Forward.
Thank you. All right, we are up to F, which is, so there are a whole bunch of policies on second reading. So F, G, H,
Only 2 policies are
Oh.
there for a second read.
sorry.
And they're well-known policies that I think
Okay.
you guys should all agree to. The rest are, or else face my wrath. No.
All right, so F and G, does someone want to move those as a group?
F and G.
So F being BEDH, G being DGA. The two on second reading.
I'll move that they are voted on as a group.
Second. I second.
For Hennessy, is there anything you want to present on them?
Well, if you look at BEDH, there were a couple of typos that will be fixed. Do I need to share my screen?
I think we can just look at it.
Oh, we have them.
Okay.
We have it.
In the third paragraph, the changes are all in red. It says "the." That is supposed to read, my thing.
Like third, yeah.
That is supposed to read that the school committee does not respond to public comment, which we didn't put on. And the other thing is down in number 1, where it says 15 to N minutes. N is supposed to be 90 with paren 90. And we, so with those two things, I would like to do that. When I look at, and I just want to, and everything else there is pretty much as we worked out before.
So is there a reason why we don't want to just sort of add this into this document now?
Yeah, I can't add it in now because it's that would have to be Cassie who does it, because I don't have access to add, now that's an Adobe Acrobat thing.
Well, it opened up in Word for me.
Oh, it did?
Yeah.
Yeah, me too.
Well, that should be saying that.
Wait, but.
What?
So number 1, that's not right.
Is not a discussion. The school committee does not respond.
No, number 1.
At the start of each.
Yeah, 15 to 90 minutes.
No, it's just up to 90 minutes. We had changed this.
Okay.
And actually, like, maybe what it says in board docs is it was up to like a maximum of 90 minutes.
Okay, up to 90 minutes. And
we took out exceeded at the discretion of the chair, because, are we sure this is the right version?
I'm pretty sure it is.
We made a lot of changes on here.
A lot of changes, a lot of versions of
This is very not the last changes we made. Because we took out discretion of the chair, because if it's left to the discretion of the chair, then we can really never stick to a time limit. Sort of the determination that's been made.
So that should have been deleted before.
Yeah.
You want to send it back, or do you?
I don't remember the.
Yeah, I know.
something about this.
We also
policy.
changed is that the right interpreter?
Yes.
I guess that, yeah.
Yes.
Did we say 48 hours in advance?
Yes.
We did?
Because we have to get it. No, you can't have somebody show up and just.
We definitely changed the 90 minutes.
Yep. Up
And
to 90 minutes. The committee. What comment? And delete. There. Maybe.
And 3 isn't new? I don't remember 3, but. I don't remember us limiting what people want to speak about in public comment.
Well, it was based on the MASC policy.
All right.
Okay. The next one is BDB, the school committee officers. And on that one, or authorized signatures, I'm sorry.
Yeah, I was gonna say, we're DGA.
Yeah, I'm garbling. DGA, authorized signatures. The part that we added was the warrant officer, and then we checked with MASC about whether the warrant officer is appointed or elected, and they said elected, so we included that information. And I'm thinking that we should probably go back to school committee officers, which just talks about the chair, the vice chair, the clerk, the superintendent, and since this is something that's appointed by, maybe we want to put the warrant officer description in there. We just passed that, so we could cut and paste that section where it says what the warrant officer is,
Okay.
and put that in BDB, school committee officers.
Okay.
Okay. Are there any other?
Trying to get to my virtual hand. So I do have a question about, back to the public comment. One, the topics for discussion should be limited to those items within the school committee scope of authority. And I understand that's from MASC policy. I'm just trying to figure out how that would play out in real time. Like, if the chair would need to interrupt a comment, if we have that rule. So I guess, has Layla reviewed this?
Yes.
Layla has reviewed this? Yes. Okay.
She gave us all of the language in that next to last paragraph in number 4.
Okay.
Where they're talking about terminating speech.
Got it. So, okay, so the chair would have, seems like a pretty broad scope. Think about the chair being able to limit discussion, to items within the school committee scope of authority. I just wonder about that.
Well, it says should be limited.
Right. But I guess, sorry, is this back and forth okay?
Yeah.
Okay. I guess it makes sense, though, because if we have comments and complaints regarding school personnel or students, then the chair would need the authority to interrupt that. Okay. Yep, got it.
Okay, anything further on these 2? All right, roll call, please. Cassie?
Member Miller.
Yeah.
Member LaBounty.
Yes.
Member Agnew.
Yes.
Member Davis.
Yes.
Mayor Shara.
Yes.
Member Gacy.
Yes.
Member Foster Cannon.
Yes.
Member Seraphy Cox.
Yes.
Member Stein.
No.
Okay, so that's moving on to EEA.
I didn't vote.
Pardon me.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Doesn't matter, really, but.
That
It
matters.
does, but not in the whole end of the scheme.
You didn't
Yes,
get.
yes, I vote yes.
Member Hennis.
It's okay.
Sorry.
It's okay.
Okay, the next,
Is EEA?
the next set of ones are all brought to, this one is from the Transportation Director. And basically, it is phone numbers and name changes. They did want to delete the daycare, where is that in, I saw it somewhere. The portion about,
Phone number.
there's the phone number, and, oh yeah, at the top here.
It's under item C at the bottom of page 2.
Daycare.
Yes, they wanted to go to an alternative address. They took out daycare because that's handled on a case-by-case basis. And so the joint custody remains and EG remains, but the daycare isn't always passed. You know, it's within the limits of our bus routes.
Mm-hmm.
So they didn't want that named as something, like something that we would automatically consider. All the phone numbers have been updated in yellow. And then at the bottom, because of the district's emphasis on restorative practices, they wanted to put in a piece that instead of going directly to the warnings and consequences, that an attempt would be used to use restorative practices first before moving to the, written warning, the week of transportation denied.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
And that was it.
Okay.
And I think we can just.
The first reading.
That's a first read.
Okay.
The next set of policies come from the health director, and paper here on it. She which she has gone through extensive policies and coordinated them all with current Department of Public Health, DESE, and the CDC. The first policy is EBB, and basically all that was changed in there is parents and caregivers, family caregiver changed from parent guardians. In the next policy, which is JLC, Student Health Services, they added a mission. They added a description of nursing services, and then they changed the parents and guardians to family caregivers. So it was a mission statement, that first mission statement, and then in nursing services. And the third one, which is JLCA, screenings and physical examinations of students. They added the language about lead screening, paperwork that you need for entry into kindergarten. This is per the Mass Department of Public Health requirement. They changed he, she to they, their. They changed the parent guardians to family caregivers, and that's it.
Okay.
In head lice policy. Oh, JL, so I've got a little write-up on the head lice policy. No nursing practices and/or practices with how we manage lice are being changed as a result of this policy adjustment, other than the paper notice not being sent home instead. If you saw Parent Square, it came on Parent Square. There is solely revision of how it is formatted and what is included in the written policy. So in number 1, they removed the reiteration of the lice policy goal and policy. In number 2, they took out what the school nurse will do, the examination, assessment, treatment, reassessment, educational materials, and resources that will be provided. And what the health director said, Kirsten Kennedy Alvarado, was that nursing process is based on best practice and will vary on the needs of the family, student, and classroom community. In number 3, they removed parts of the rationale section because lice is a mild health condition and does not need an in-depth descriptive policy. School nurses and health practitioners know how to appropriately guide and manage lice cases. This policy was made in 2006 when there was a movement away from annual whole school head checks by the school nurse. And this was eliminated because it was not good use of nursing time and it was not based on best practice. It was proven not to have any effect on incidents of lice in a school setting. So that's why this policy was probably so in-depth and over-communicated the nursing process with lice, and because it was changing from current practices then. Number 4, we removed language that states a paper copy. Talked about that. Because it's all being done electronically now, and all health policies will be available on the health services page of the NPS website, which is another reason why she wanted to bring this quickly to our attention, and I'm pushing it tonight when we're late. In the adjusted policy, it's advised that family caregivers reach out to school nurses for guidance.
Sorry,
Oh, yes.
Oh, that's okay.
I make a motion that we extend our time to 11:30. That's unrealistic. Midnight.
I can't hear the motion.
To extend to midnight.
Second.
Any discussion?
No.
I am, sorry, everyone.
Not obligated to stay till midnight, just to give us the time so we don't have to do this again. Any discussion? Okay, roll call, please.
Member LaBounty? Member Agna?
Yes.
Member Davis?
Yes.
Mayor Shara?
Yes.
Member Gacy?
Yes.
Member Foster Cannon?
Yep.
Member Sheriffy Cox?
Yes.
Member Stein?
Yes.
Member Hennessy?
Yes.
Member
Yeah.
Okay.
Get back to it.
Okay. So a statement that school nurses are available to assess students and guide families as needed is sufficient and most accurate. School nurses are well-trained and accustomed to managing these needs in collaboration with families. Number 5, immunizations of students. That's JLCB. They added in language about types of exemptions and the need to renew religious exemption notes annually per Massachusetts Department of Public Health requirements. In number 2, they added language about exclusions during vaccine preventable disease outbreaks based on laws and regulations from the Mass Department of Public Health. I've got the site if you want it. And then they added language about the encouragement of families and caregivers sending in immunization paperwork as immunizations are updated for their students. And that is the, oh, wait.
Administering medication
Oh, yeah.
of communicable disease.
Bring all of these. Communicable
JLCC.
diseases is JLCC.
Yeah.
They remove specific language that outlines days that an individual needs to be out of school if they are diagnosed with varicella. This is something that may be variable depending on current public health guidance. The nursing team will work with the individual and the Massachusetts Department of Public Health to determine when they can return to the classroom safely. And then they added language about communicable disease reporting parent to nurse and to the public health. And then JLCD, which is the
Administering
Medication.
Yes, sorry, I'm all over the place here. We added language about necessary notification of med changes from parents to school nurses. Added a Mass Department of Public Health regulations regarding medication delegation and PRN, medication administration on a field trip, and they changed he, she. Those are all the policies that I want you to look at right now. The last policy, I think, these, I think, are pretty straightforward. The last one, EBCFA, I think there might be longer discussion about, and so I'd like to save that for the next meeting.
Okay, we'll move that to the next meeting. We don't need any action on these first readings.
You don't need action on the first readings. Did we vote for the other two?
We did.
Good.
Those are approved.
My work is done here.
Okay, so Dr. Bonner's art, yes?
I just had a comment on the first reading for the communicable diseases. I want to mention as we think about the EBCFA next time, I think is a good idea. The communicable diseases policy is pretty clearly stating that the school nurse may request written documentation from the healthcare provider that a student is free from disease or is under treatment that prevents contagion. Now, that gets very tricky with COVID and would directly relate to masks as well. And depending on whether it's Department of Public Health or CDC, there's a mask requirement if you're going to return in a certain amount of time. And that may or may not have anything to do with when someone's contagious. So I just want to point out that in this one policy that we're looking at here directly speaks to the other issues of the other one that we want to think about. So just to think about it for next time.
I understand that, however, because I expressed the same concern, why don't we have COVID in here? And that's because it's in with the respiratory ones. Do you remember her rationale for that?
She said that it was not considered a communicable disease. It wasn't classified under that.
It's not, the public health doesn't have it classified in communicable diseases. So we have to have it separately.
But it transmits like whooping cough and measles, right? It doesn't make any sense, yeah. Sort of the great forgetting erasure thing, but yeah, I think we should talk more about it.
I'll ask more about it again and get clarity.
Member Gates, I just have a quick question to check my understanding. Is there a separate policy for respiratory diseases? Did I understand that correctly? Yeah.
No.
No, I believe that, let's see, these are all J policies. So there is not those respiratory diseases like the flu and that one are all.
I mean, I'm not a physician, but communicable is that it's contagious, and
Right.
it's highly contagious, right? The flu is not as highly contagious as these other ones.
I will,
Because it's not reportable anymore.
oh, maybe that's
that was
what it
part of
was.
it.
That's what it was. We don't report the flu, we don't report those things, whereas we do have to report these others.
Chickenpox.
Yeah.
Okay. Dr. Bonner's already given her report, so that brings us to Bobby. Hello again, Bobby. Yeah, still there.
All right. So for the sake of time, I'll give my information relatively quickly. But please feel free to contact me if you want clarification or have any questions. So in your packets, you have the warrants, my report, the FY25 year-to-date report. On that, I just want to note that the bottom line budget amount on the FY25 report does not reflect the correct amount. The auditor department right now for the city is closing out and rolling over the system, so the next month's report should include the additional Chapter 70 money that was received. Also included is your FY24 end-of-year report. Some areas that were overspent are special education contract services, substitute teachers, both daily and long-term, electricity, which is on pages 15 and 16. Our CAPA department right now is reviewing our solar credits, and they're readjusting that, so that's something we'll be following over the next little bit of time. There's other areas of overspending that we have talked about prior on our quarterly reports that we've had. But overall, we ended with a zero balance, which is, of which we have 163,153 that is encumbered funds. Any of the encumbered funds that are not spent, for example, if we ordered supplies and some of the supplies that we had ordered were not available or were discontinued, that bill would come in lower. So our bill would be less than what we had actually encumbered. That money would go to our special education stabilization fund, as we had talked about in previous meetings. We added to our school choice balance from the general fund in the amount of $119,210, which is less than 1% of our overall budget. Still a good thing. So to recap, for FY24, we had a projected balance of $1,069,135. That's what we had for a balance coming forward. Our projected revenue was $1,150,009. Our actual came in at $1,220,126, which is over what we projected. Our projected expenses were $2,167,900. Our actual was $1,568,847, which was under. So our balance that we had projected coming into FY25, July of FY25, was $51,244, and we actually are coming in with $720,314. Again, it's a lot of information. Please feel free to contact me. You can ask me to put something in writing, whatever you'd like. I just know it's late, and I'm happy to take questions or do whatever.
Bobby, thanks. I have a few questions on FY '24 and then one on FY '25. But before that, just a general question. In these reports, if I'm looking at them correctly, at the baseline dollars, it's just for the city and state appropriation, right? So it's like,
Correct.
do we have a version that has the total expenditure?
Including revolving and grant funds?
Yeah, like our actual expenses
Yeah.
and in revenue, the total.
I don't have that.
Okay. Is it possible to get that going forward so we can see the actual total budget? And then I was a little confused when you were talking about the carryover and the actuals and the projected and then the actuals. And if I heard you correctly, at the end of the day, after encumbrances, when July closed out, we had 51,244 that we were carrying forward.
No, that was in regards to what we had projected. If you went back to your budget document book for FY '24 or '25, you would have seen the school choice chart. We had anticipated our ending balance would be about 51,244.
Okay, and you're saying it was zero in actuality, or?
And that ended up to be 720,000 with what we put back in, our under-expended expenditures and our overestimated revenues.
It would be great to get a breakdown of this and a walkthrough at Budget and Property.
Yep.
But I don't want to go through it now, but I understand there was money added back to the school choice revolving account. Was there any money returned to the city to go into the new special education stabilization fund if there were tailings from FY '24?
Right, so that is what I was saying, and I'm gonna see if I can find my number here. We had 163,153 that was encumbered money.
And so what was encumbered there was money we were paying into that fund in part?
No,
Okay.
so that's money we encumbered for bills that we anticipate spending. So we brought our budget down to 0. Then we have expenditures or encumbrances that we don't know. There could be fluctuations within those encumbrances. So any encumbrance that comes in lower than that 163,000, that amount is what will go back into that special education stabilization fund.
Gotcha.
Those were the tailing pieces of that.
And do you have a sense of when we'll know when that closes out? Like how long the bill sort of trail is on that 163?
Yeah, it's usually probably around November, December, maybe.
Okay. Great. And then just a question on FY '25. When we passed the budget in, feels like yesterday because it was essentially August, for the fiscal year, we had the full dollar amounts, including all the grants and the revolving and all the positions by line item and everything by line item. Have there been any changes to the line item budget since we passed that? Have there been additional positions added? Have there been new line items added? Have there been any changes to the line item budget that we voted on?
Not since the Chapter 70, well, I'm gonna wait. Not since the Chapter 70 funds came in, with the exception of Jackson Street School had added and this has not happened yet, but added a paraprofessional for their 2nd grade, and that is funded through the Title I grant, which was just submitted about less than a week ago, I think. And then additionally for Bridge Street School, we had a meeting about a second grade paraprofessional for that. And that is going to potentially be funded. What we're gonna do is have a long-term long-term sub paraprofessional for that position, which will be funded through, I don't want to say, it's complicated. I don't want to say through CPPPI grant, but the CPPI grant was able to alleviate some funds that we were paying from Bridge Street School for a preschool teacher. And with that money, we're going to use part of it to fund a long-term parasub. There's a couple things that are up in the air for that right now, for that position. One is that there is a student that may be leaving the district, which would free up a paraprofessional, a one-to-one paraprofessional. So that'll make that change. And the other is the CPPI grant was holding back on about $48,000 that they had relieved from the pre-K teacher position. They put what I had budgeted, they put into the grant. But they wanted to hold back on that in case we had to open up an additional classroom. So there's a couple months that we have to wait to make sure that the students that are still coming in to the preschool program aren't going to need us to open up an additional classroom.
Great, thank you. That's,
I believe are the only things that we've changed since.
that's super helpful. Thank you. It would be great to also have a conversation at Budget and Property about the Title I and how it flows, so we can have a better idea, right? And those kind of funds would be part of the larger overall budget. You know, it's good for us to know, period, but it's also good to know when those decisions are made and the context of scarce resources with competing demands. I'm hopeful that something will work out for Bridge Street as well.
Yeah, and we're always looking at that, and I think we're always trying to have meetings with all the, you know, people that are involved. So for instance, there was Dr. Bonner, myself, Laura Fragamini, who is the pre-K director, and then Matt Holloway, our new special ed director. So we are constantly looking at that stuff and trying to find what we can within what we have.
Oh, Bobby, just one other question for you. So on the 163,153, whatever doesn't actually get spent will go into the fiscal stability fund for special education.
But, right, the special education
Sorry.
stability.
Yes.
Different from the fiscal. Yeah, that's different.
Right. So it's potential, though, that depending how much is left, we might hit the cap, the legal cap on what you can put in there. It's potential. Yeah. So, like, what happens in that case? Do then we re-budget that money ourselves? Does it go back to the city's general fund?
It would go back to the city's free cash, ultimately. Yeah. Or excess and deficiency, whichever they, call it. But before, anything that we had in that circumstance went back to the city's E&D or unexpended. Now we have that caveat in there that anything that we have there, so that's something new that we are actually able to take advantage of expending our entire budget.
As long as we spend enough from the fund annually where we don't hit the cap, right? That was one of the issues of funding it so high to begin with, and then not taking as much out, right? So like, that's the risk we have to look at for FY 5 and where we land and going forward, right? If you don't spend enough out of it, you essentially just top it up to the legal max and then give the city the check to put in free cash, which doesn't help us. So we got to pay attention to it is all I'm saying, because that's the dynamic we're up against when we budget.
We do, but we weren't getting that money anyways prior to that fund being established.
We're not getting it now, but yeah, I agree.
Can I ask?
Member Seraphy Cox's hand is raised,
Oh, I'm
and then,
sorry.
yes, Dudley.
I've lost my Zoom.
Yeah, my Zoom keeps crashing.
Yeah.
Member Seraphy Cox.
Yeah, thanks. It actually relates to the line of questioning that Member Stein just had. Bobby, you have talked about how you look forward to when more of our budget can, the salaries and so forth can be encumbered. Does that mean that the money that would be encumbered in these, once you can move in that direction, that money would fall into this same arrangement as the bills are currently?
No, what I talk about when I talk about encumbering the payroll is it would give us a better idea as we flow through the year of what is being used and what we might have left over. A lot of times it comes to the very end of the year because it's really hard to explain because you have 10-month employees, you have 12-month employees.
Oh, no, I get why encumbering it is useful, for sure. My question is just how do we define what goes into the special education fund and what goes into school choice?
Okay. So by the end of the year, it's why it takes me this long to bring you the end of the fiscal year.
Yeah.
But by the end of the year, we know what's been spent on salaries. We know what we have had to encumber for the July and August teacher payrolls that have to be credited to the fiscal 24 but happen in 25.
Mm-hmm.
But the encumbrance that I'm speaking to tonight are things that are for like purchases that we have made.
Sure.
That we haven't been invoiced for. That is where we have that difference. The payroll is all done by then.
Gotcha. So the encumbrances that you're talking about won't affect allocations between school choice and the special education stabilization fund.
Yep.
Okay.
Well, right. What we do at the end of the year, at the end of the fiscal year, once that payroll is all set, excuse me, we take any monies that left over in our budget, which is awesome that we can do this, and we transfer that money into what we had paid out of school choice. We put back into the general ed budget, and then that gives us more money in our school choice.
Mm-hmm.
And then the rest of the money is for supplies or whatever, and whatever that is now, based on last year's school council or city council and school committee vote for the special education stabilization fund, whatever's left of that encumbered money would typically go back to the city for their free cash or E&D. But now we're getting that back. It goes into that special education stabilization.
Got it. Okay. I'm good. Thank you.
Thanks. And Cassie, when you get a chance, I'd gotten kicked out if you could make me a co-host. Thanks. I wanted to go back, Dr. Bonner, to Member Stein's question about adding the second grade para at Jackson Street, and you mentioned trying to get a long-term sub for Bridge Street. And I was wondering if you could explain more what the needs were generally at Jackson Street, that the para went to Jackson Street before Bridge Street. And then one other question is I heard that one of the concerns is just about the number of bodies in the room. And I'm curious, I'm assuming so, but if you could confirm if there's spaces that like a reading group could go to if there was a para assistance to kind of reduce the number of bodies in the room at various points.
Yes to that second part of that. And so there was no prioritization in terms of why Jackson Street got their para over Bridge Street first. It was the fact that we have no operating funds to be able to pay for additional staffing. So Title I, there was additional funding towards Jackson Street School that we were able to supply that paraprofessional. And so, again, creatively thinking of another way to be able to do the same thing at Bridge Street, there was some money that was freed up through our CPPI grant, which Bobby explained to you in terms of the preschool program. And the only reason why we're calling it a long-term sub is because we're not sure if that money is going to actually be available to us. We may have to. We have a number of 3-year-olds that are certain, so we need to make sure we have money available.
Okay, thank you.
Oh, sorry.
Sorry, I'm just curious. When you're talking about Title I, has Title I eligibility changed for some of these?
So there are 4 schools that
All
are.
4 now.
4. So
Okay.
JFK, Bridge Street, Ryan Road, and Jackson Street.
Okay.
Leads us out of the,
Goes
no,
back
it goes back and forth.
Yep. Thank you.
All right, any more questions on the business administrator? Okay. And you also covered the warrants already, right, Bobby or more to say on that?
Yep.
Okay.
You're back.
Moving on to reports, budget and property and.
So during our meeting on Monday, we realized we needed to reschedule our October meeting due to Indigenous Peoples' Day, and looking ahead, we would also need to reschedule November due to Veterans Day. So we're combining those 2 meetings and holding one on Monday, November 4th. And State Rep Lindsay Sabadosa and State Senator Joe Comerford have agreed to come and meet with us. I know there's been a lot of interest in the committee and among the public around advocacy at the state level, the state budget level, so they're going to come and have a discussion with us about that. I know Member Davis has been in touch with them, and one of the things that she learned through conversations last spring was that the Mask Day on the Hill and the timing of our attempting to support those efforts was way too late. So we'll start that conversation with them early, just an overview, sort of overview the calendar, when things happen and when those points are, that we have an opportunity for advocacy. That is Monday, November 4th at 4:30.
Great. Curriculum.
Yeah, we had, I think, a very good meeting that we began with the representative from the yes ballot question to talk to us a little bit about changing it from the Thrive Act to the ballot question. And then we also had Matt Holloway, who's our new Student Services Director, speak to us about his hopes and dreams, and also he gave a very good overview, which I had asked him about because he had given a similar overview at convocation, and I thought it was really important that we hear from him about that. And then we talked about charting our course for the year, and we decided right away that our first concern and needed to be identified as the priority would be the reading instruction and concerns about JFK in the high school, and the ideas that we need to look at curriculum and support for some kind of mitigation of the concerns that are there for our students as well as for our families and for our teachers. So Dr. Bonner has planned to have a panel discussion come to the curriculum committee on our next meeting, which is we've had to move it because of
October 9th.
to October 9th instead of the 2nd, because of Jewish holidays, I believe, why we moved it. But anyway, it's October 9th that we will be meeting, and we will be having that panel discussion, right, because it's Rosh Hashanah on the 2nd, or we usually meet on the first Wednesday of the month. So October 9th, we will be hosting our curriculum subcommittee panel discussion about the reading plan for, especially for JFK and the high school. And we will go forward with other, we've talked about having technology, I don't know if she's Dr. Zach or Miss.
No,
No,
not yet. but
Miss
that-
Zach, she's in the middle of it, yes. Explain to us her work, which she also did a really wonderful presentation at Convocation, so I think it'll be great to have her come. I also had a constituent talk with me about a concern that we share, she and I, about mental health in children right now. And she has got contacts with agencies and resources to help us think about the mental health aspect of curriculum schools. So going forward, and hope that anybody who's interested can tune in on October 9th. Thank you.
Mental health stuff.
Yes. That's news to you today. I mean, I just happened to have it from, so we'll talk about it. We will talk about it.
I apologize. I used too much brevity with my report, and I just talked about the next meeting. The last one, I just wanted to give a quick update. We talked about the move toward organic field management in light of budget and potential associated costs. And so the fields are currently being managed in that way, but we don't yet have a cost estimate or cost estimate be coming late fall, early winter was my understanding, and as well as an update on the capital plan, which I understand is, the process is beginning earlier this year, and the school committee, or schools will be involved, of course, in the capital plan, but that work, if I'm wrong, should be happening over the winter, early spring. Starting earlier. Thank you.
Okay, so school committee retreat, and member Seraphy Cox and member Agna.
Yeah, so you all have been holding October 8th and October 28th on your calendars. You can release October 8th, and Mayor, I'll let you know about that via email. So tentatively, October 28th for the retreat, and I have been in preliminary conversations with a facilitator from Think Again Consulting. They are a consulting firm that is based in Massachusetts and has a lot of ties and knowledge about Northampton, but also has a bit of remove, which I thought might be a useful thing. And the focus that member Agna and I had talked about was both about, kind of the deepening relationships that member LaBounty had mentioned in our previous, it was our previous meeting, I don't know, it's late, as well as the kind of anti-racism work that we as a committee had committed to doing, I don't know, 2-3 years ago, don't remember. It was a while back, and so thinking about how to bring that all in. And it also, what I'm thinking is that there will be a follow-up retreat, likely in the new year, And I hope to have more details in terms of like a formal proposal from the consultant by early next week. So actually that brings me to a thought that I hadn't thought before, or a question that I hadn't thought of before. Bobby, in terms of the spending of the budget that we have, like what are the procurement policies that I need to follow? And maybe you can email me about that, but it's just something that I thought of just now.
Yeah, maybe if you email me, I can answer you, because I'm not quite sure what you're referring to.
That's a perfectly acceptable answer. I will email you and we can talk about it when we have fresh minds. Yeah, so you can let go of October 8th, plan tentatively on October 28th, and in the evening for a 3-hour retreat, and you know, thinking ahead to the new year for a follow-up retreat.
Great, thank you. I just emailed Annie, so you can cross that off your to-do list.
Very good,
But
thank you.
add email Bobby to your to-do list.
Yes, I'm writing that one down now, thank you.
Did you have anything you wanted to add, Member Adler?
No, that's great. Thank you,
Okay.
Member Seraphy Cox.
Great. Okay, any future discussion topics? Member Stein?
I'd just like us to try to schedule at our next meeting, if possible, but if not in November, an update on our current service grids. We made a budget to our service grids last year, the bare minimum, knowing that things may change, students may move in, new IEPs may be addressed. I want to know where we're at, what the current director's concerns are, like Josh let us know, and understand if we are fully staffed or have the budget lines to staff every 1-to-1 para that's required by those IEPs, and to see where we are with those service deliveries, if we have the staff to actually meet those minutes. It was a big conversation about when we put this budget together. Josh took some time to put together those figures and run the math and point out areas of concern that shaped that budget process. And now that we've gotten the new IEPs on board, people move in and out, where are we now? I'd like that update so that the community knows. I'm hearing a lot. I don't know what positions are out for hire that are going to be filled that are part of budget versus positions that aren't budgeted. I don't know what services we're having a hard time delivering. Sounds like eliminating the waterfall schedule might help, but I'd like to get an update from the new Director of Student Services as soon as possible on that. The other thing was, I remember some conversation at the last meeting or 2 meetings ago that there was going to be a discussion about, I don't remember the exact phrasing, but essentially regarding the Jackson Street issue with the additional funds and the lobbying, for lack of a better word, and what sorts of lobbying goes on. And I thought there was going to be a conversation about that either at this meeting or the last meeting. So I'm just putting that back on our radar. Are we going to have that conversation or not? So those are my requests. Thanks.
Yeah, so it's honestly like a strange topic to put out there or bring out there, but if you want to bring it up, I'm happy to address it. So we're elected officials, we represent our constituents. My ward includes parents of Jackson Street students that I was hearing from, and so it's my responsibility to elevate that and those concerns. I think lobbying.
Sorry, I don't think we should be discussing the item itself. This is just a time to, right? Am I wrong about that?
Yeah,
I don't.
if we're gonna have an actual
And just to clarify, too, my understanding was just something that Member Agner said she wanted to have a conversation about. So that's why I'm bringing it up. It wasn't me who mentioned the idea. I'm asking if we're going to do the thing she said she wanted to do. So that's where the idea came from. It was not my idea.
Okay. Anyone else? Future meeting dates. So Superintendent Evaluation Subcommittee, September 16th at 5:15.
It did say.
For evaluation.
On your calendar. Pretty sure we thought about it at our last meeting. Thought we would need to get it on the schedule. There were some.
Probably because we voted on it, we didn't need it, so we therefore didn't have it. Scheduled the 16th because we thought we might need to revise, voted upon, so.
But I have an October date.
We do have an October date.
Can we wait till then?
So no September?
I would appreciate that. No, I can do my
You can
goals
do your
because
goal.
you just approved
Yes.
the strategic.
That makes a lot of sense to me.
That does
Thank
make a
you.
lot of sense.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay,
Do you,
Do it over the
so
weekend.
what
do you know what
date
the
do you have on
October
your
date is? Because
October?
that's not on here.
So for the October date, I had October 7th. Is that matching, Cassie?
Available. Margaret?
Hold on, I'm checking. I had,
I hope I'm not supposed to be at any of these meetings because I can't hear anybody.
No.
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 Sorry.
Awesome.
And is this at 5:15 again?
yeah, exactly, 5:15.
So 5:15,
October 7th.
October 7th? Works for everyone, yes? Superintendent Evaluation Subcommittee, October 7th, 5:15. And that is just that's on Zoom only. Rules and Policy, September 18th at 4:30, and that's on Zoom. Negotiation Subcommittee, September 19th, 4:30, also on Zoom. Curriculum and Instruction Subcommittee, 5:15 on October 9th on Zoom. Regular School Committee, October 10th, 6:30, and that is hybrid. And Budget and Property, November 4th at 4:30 on Zoom. And that's 6:30 for the school. Don't have this.
We should have advisory.
For
Should be ready for October.
So that would actually be at 6 o'clock.
Okay.
Member Agna, I'm gonna have to be late to that meeting.
Okay.
Okay, so that's school committee, and student advisory committee starting at 6 PM, October 10th, then 6:30 is the full school committee. And we are up to executive session. And I need somebody to please make a motion.
Lost all my,
Yeah, Zoom's,
oops, gone.
I can do it, but does it
I
need
can-
specific language?
It's gonna be here.
Zoom's gone. I'm not even able to get online.
Right down there.
Yeah, okay, I got it. Make a motion to enter executive session to discuss strategy with respect to collective bargaining or litigation if an open meeting may have a detrimental effect on the bargaining or litigating position of the public body and the chair so declares.
Motion's made. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Motion second by Member Davis. Chair does so declare. So, roll call, please, on entering executive session, and we will be adjourning from executive session and not going back into the public open meeting. So, good night to anyone who's still with us.
Ragna,
Yes?
Davis,
Yes.
Mayor Shara,
Yes.
Member Gazy,
Yes?
Member Foster Cannon,
Yes.
Member Seraphy Cox,
Yes.
Stein,
Yes.
Member Hennessy, Member Miller,
Yes.
Member LaBounty.
Yes.
Okay.
I'd like you to remind you to fill this out for me. 0 means we did a terrible job.